announcements done. Papers have been laid. Questions?
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following private notice question addressed to the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Defence, Home Affairs and External Communication, Minister of Finance, Minister for Rodrigues and Outer Islands, whether in regard to the recent imposition of 10% tariff on Mauritian export to the United States of America, he will, for the benefit of the House, obtain information as to the impact thereof on the export sector, indicating the measures being taken to mitigate the effects thereof. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker. It will be recalled that President Trump signed an executive order entitled Regulating Imports with a Reciprocal Tariff to Rectify Trade Practices that Contribute to Large and Persistent Annual United States Goods Trade Service Deficits on the 2nd of April 2025. The executive order imposes a baseline of 10% tariff on all imported goods as from the 5th of April 2025. The United States also intended to impose an individualized, reciprocal higher tariff proportionate to the level of its trade deficit with each country as from the 9th of April 2025. Thus, the reciprocal tariff on Mauritian exports would have been 40%. In this context, a working group has been set up at the level of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade to discuss the possible impact of that policy measure and the way forward for Mauritius. In consultations with the relevant public and private stakeholders, including the Mauritius Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Mauritius Export Association, and Business Mauritius. On the 7th of April, the Minister of Foreign Affairs had a meeting which included a high-level representatives from various ministries as well as public and private sector institutions with a view to charting the way forward and mitigating the fallouts on our economy. I have also chaired 2 meetings together with the Deputy Prime Minister and relevant ministers and officers. The following course of action was agreed. A, discuss possible avenues with the United States at the bilateral and regional levels. B, work with like-minded groups of countries, including AGWA-eligible countries, as well as African Union mission in Washington, D.C., with a view to devising a strategy to open up discussions with the United States. C, negotiate a bilateral trade agreement with the United States, which would provide the necessary predictability to our trading relations. You may recall, Madam Speaker, that I made a statement in the National Assembly on the issue. On the 9th of April 2025, President Trump announced that he has authorized a 90-day pause and subsequently only a 10% tariff would apply. I personally wrote a letter to President Trump to engage with the United States at the bilateral level and also to request for the suspension of the imposition of the tariff. In April, in addition, on the 22nd of April 2025, Honourable Ramphal and Honourable Mia jointly wrote to the United States Trade Representative proposing a bilateral agreement with a view to forging a stronger and more balanced relationship between the United States and Mauritius. The USTR has responded positively on the 29th of April 2025, and meetings will be held shortly between Mauritius and the United States. I would like to inform the House that a high-level delegation to be led by the Minister of Foreign Affairs will participate in the forthcoming 2025 United States-Africa Business Summit, which is organized by the Corporate Council of Africa on the 22nd to the 25th of June in Angola. Madam Speaker, tariffs have been dominating the headlines as the new U.S. administration drives sharp trade policy changes. Tariff will likely impact economic growth, inflation, trade dynamics, and financial stability. These abrupt policy changes have affected equity, bond, and currency markets. They have also led to heightened uncertainty, elevated volatility, and severe lack of predictability. It makes policy making very, very challenging. The IMF, in its April 2025 World Economic Outlook, has lowered its forecast for global growth by 0.5 percentage point, citing the ongoing trade tensions and the impact on both advanced and emerging countries. The OECD, in its March 2025 Interim Economic Outlook, forecast global growth slowing to 3.1% this year compared to an estimated growth of 3.3% in December of 2024, and amid important divergence across economies and regions. Risks to the global growth outlook are tilted to the downside. Accordingly, the IMF escalating trade tensions fueled by tariff announcement and subsequent countermeasures have significantly increased trade and policy uncertainty. This environment of unpredictability and rising protectionism is expected to hinder both short-term and long-term growth prospects. Furthermore, tighter global financial conditions, if inflation persists or if it regains an upward momentum, and heightened economic uncertainty would certainly increase financial stability risk. The potential for further asset price corrections, strains impacting non-bank financial institutions, and turbulence in sovereign bond markets add to these downside pressures, particularly for emerging market economies facing higher financing costs. Tariffs, which are taxes paid by importers, will likely lead to inflation. Before tariff imposition, global inflation was on a downtrend, although still above central banks' targets in some advanced countries. However, with tariffs, progress on disinflation may stall or even reverse course as high import prices and supply chain disruptions may lead to higher domestic prices. In the event that inflationary pressures directly emanating from the imposition of tariffs offset the disinflationary effects of lower output growth and potential trade diversion by China, policymakers could be faced with the challenges of stagflation, that is, a combination of slowing economic growth and higher inflation. For now, the uncertainty linked to tariffs appear to bear higher risks to the growth rather than to the inflation outlook. According to the IMF, global inflation is projected to average 4.3% in 2025, slightly therefore higher compared to the January 2025 forecast. Policy responses to tariffs will vary from country to country, depending on their specific circumstances, and there is no one size that fits all. In consultation with all stakeholders, we have conducted a scenario-based assessment of the impact of U.S. tariffs on economic growth, inflation, trade dynamics, and financial stability. The assumptions are as follows. 1, tariff raises import prices initially. 2, tariff could lead to negative trade and output effect globally with knock-on effects on Mauritius. 3, monetary policy will vary from country to country. UK and the EU lowering interest rates with the US holding rates in the short term. 4, commodity prices may fall with decrease in demand, especially for food items and petroleum products. 5, what will happen to the US exchange rate against other currencies, in our case, the euro and the pound sterling. With global supply chains facing potential headwinds, our major trading partners taking a hit, our export sector may face challenges during 2025 through lower demand for goods and services. Accordingly, the real GDP growth projection is now more likely to be in the range of 3 to 3.5% for 2025, considering global economic uncertainty and downward revisions to the growth outlook for some of our major trading partners, which can potentially dent demand from these countries. Our scenario-based assessment plays out opposing effects regarding the impact of U.S. tariffs on inflation. First-round effects may be a rise in inflation due to higher import prices. However, the contraction of our main trading partners could also compress global inflation as commodity prices take a hit. The net impact of US tariffs on inflation in Mauritius is likely going to be largely scenario-based, playing out the opposing effects. In addition, there are domestically generated inflation that we have to deal with services inflation and wage push inflation. Headline inflation stood at 2.5% in March 2025, its lowest value, Madam Speaker, since June 2021. However, core inflation, which strips off price movements of food items and movements in administered energy prices, have remained stubbornly sticky, upheld by higher prices of services and increase in wages. We project headline inflation close this year at around 3.5%, marginally lower than the previous projection of 3.7%. However, our scenario-based assessment shows that risks remain tilted on the upside as trading partner inflation rates could increase due to the imposition of tariffs and the fragmentation of global supply chains, which could raise global commodity prices, again pushing up import prices. Furthermore, the stickiness in services inflation due to higher nominal wages could tilt the risk to the inflation outlook further to the upside. We do not forecast any threat to financial stability. Madam Speaker, we are comforted that on the 12th of May, the United States and China, the two largest economies in the world, are de-escalating the tariff and trade tensions, including a 19-day suspension with a significant rollback of tariffs and non-tariff barriers at both nations engage in negotiations to ease tension and foster for a more cooperative economic and trade relationship. The financial market has reacted very positively to this new development, with significant gains in stock prices across the United States, Europe, and Asia, signaling an investor optimism about the potential for better trade and economic relationship within the two, positive knock-on effects on the global economy. Madam Speaker, as announced in the government program, we are coming up with a new economic model that will transform our economy to build resilience to external shocks through diversification and economic reforms. These include: 1, diversification of trade to build resilience and mitigating risk; 2, regional integration with African countries by acceleration cross-border trade and investment; 3, transforming our economy to better withstand external shocks through economic reforms that will unlock new opportunities; 4, invest in food security and energy self-reliance with clean energy. Embrace technology and innovation to add more economic clusters, top our economic base. And finally, raise productivity and efficiency and export.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Your supplementary, you have supplementary question?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Prime Minister for his reply. Madam Speaker, time is of the essence, and although the US and China are trying to ease the situation now, there will be difficult times ahead. May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether he will inform the House where matters stand with regard to negotiations concerning the reauthorization of the AGWA following the visit of the Committee of Ways and Means of the United States Congress last year? Can we have some information on that?
There is no change in the AGWA at the moment. We're still at the same point.
Now, can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether there has been any meetings or negotiations between the Mauritian government and the US authorities concerning imposition of that 10% tariff on our export to the US?
Yes, Prime Minister.
No, this is what I said in my answer, Madam Speaker. If you remember, I said there's going to be, we have agreed for bilateral talks, and this is meant to be in April or in June at some point.
Okay.
I put that question because my next question is related to that, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Prime Minister some time back had stated that he would talk directly to the US President regarding this situation. Will he inform the House whether he has already spoken to President Trump and the outcome thereof, whether there has been any phone conversation?
As I said, Madam Speaker, I wrote to President Trump on the 10th of April, I think, yes, 10th of April of this year, particularly on this question of tariff. This is what we propose. We'll have to wait to see when we get the appointment.
Can I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether he will inform the House how the imposition of this new tariff on trade will influence, whether this has already been discussed at the level of government, how this will influence the negotiations for the reauthorization of AGUA?
No, this is something that we will discuss. Obviously, it was 40%, and then it was reduced to 10%. Now we have to wait for the bilateral talks, and also what I think there was a working group that we looked at all this, and there is going to be meetings with the United States Trade Department.
The Honourable Prime Minister, in his reply, stated that a meeting was held between government officials. That is where he chaired the meeting, I understand, and the Deputy Prime Minister was present. May I ask him whether he has already himself met with the representative of the private sector to discuss the mitigating strategies to better manage the increase in tariff? Whether this meeting has been held?
The Minister for Industry and the Foreign Minister have done so. We have to look at what are the propositions on the table first. I'm not going to jump and say, oh, this is going to happen and therefore we will do this. We'll have to wait for the bilateral negotiations.
Are you happy?
Yes.
Because it keeps moving, as you know.
Yeah, of course,
It keeps
Madam.
moving every day, more or less. Yes.
The Honourable Prime Minister made reference to the possibility of a drop in revenue for foreign exchange. Can he inform the House whether we have an estimate of the impending drop?
We have looked at all the various scenarios, Madam Speaker, but as I said, we want to, I think I said earlier that the US TR has responded positively to the demand for meetings on the 29th of April of this year, and these meetings will be held shortly between Mauritius and the United States. I would rather wait to see what are the propositions on the table, what are the things that we can mitigate, and then we will move forward.
Sure. Yes.
In terms of employment, can I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether he can inform the House whether any study with regard to the increase in tariff, whether any study has been carried out to assess the impact on employment, the employment sector in the country, whether there will be loss of jobs?
As I said, yeah, of course, we have to look at all the scenarios. But as I said, we're not going to panic and say this is going to happen and this. We'll have to wait for the bilateral talks and also the talks with the USTR, which, as I said, they responded positively to our demand, and the meetings will be held shortly.
Yes.
Now, with regard to the prevailing situation concerning trade with the US, will the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether we've started exploring new markets to export our products?
Okay. That's a different question.
It's a different question, but I can tell them that, you know, mainly the only sector which is really at risk is textile and apparel. This is what is really at risk.
Now, in case we know this is going to happen, in case the different sectors are impacted, they're already being impacted now, Madam Speaker. If there is a further increase, is government envisaging to support the sectors affected in their ongoing operations, Madam Speaker?
I would rather wait, Madam Speaker, to see what are the outcome of the discussions before I start jumping the gun and saying this is going to happen, this is going to happen.
Let him
Yes.
have the floor.
Now, Madam Speaker, we know that 10% increase in tariff is detrimental to our economy. Can I ask government, and I urge government, to consider to urgently negotiate with the US authorities for a zero tariff, Madam Speaker, because 90 days will be over.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, I think 3 times the Prime Minister has said that the meeting is going to be in June, if I am not mistaken. I don't see what he can say more on that issue. But you're okay. You can ask another question.
Madam Speaker,
I'm
this
sorry?
is very important. I said time is of the essence.
Of course.
We are already being impacted.
Yes.
Now, can I ask whether government is considering to set up a joint public-private committee to promote dialogue and advocacy in the interests of the business community in order to leverage on our exports potential and competitiveness? I'm asking whether they will set up a joint public-private committee, because that committee doesn't exist now.
No, it does. The Honourable Minister of Industry has had meetings with them, also with the Foreign Minister, also with others. We are looking at it. No? We're not just waiting and seeing what's going to happen.
Okay. Yes, you're done. Okay. Good. Now we go to questions. Addressed to the Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable members, the table has been advised that PQB 466 will be replied by the Honourable Minister of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries in due course, of course, Minister. Perhaps at the end of PQ, if you can reach there. Honourable Second Member for Rivière-des-Anguilles-Souillac, yes?
Thank you, Madam. Question B462, please.
Madam Speaker, as regards to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Bank of Mauritius that the Mauritius Investment Corporation Limited has acquired from Omnicane 3 plots of land for a total of 172 acres in constituency number 13, Rivière-des-Anguilles-Souillac, which was the constituency of the previous Minister of Finance. The extent and location of each plot of land are as follows: 38.4 acres at Richebois, 61 acres at Britannia, and 72.6 acres at Tayac. A management contract was entered between the MIC and Omnicane for the latter to plant and harvest the sugarcane and to process into cane sugar and other products, as well as in the management of the sugarcane fields. That is, in between harvesting and during harvesting, against a small fee paid to the MIC. Madam Speaker, concerning Part C of the question, I wish to inform the House that in view of the ramifications regarding the portfolio of the MIC, the Bank of Mauritius is currently examining different options for the restructuring of the MIC, including the optimal use of land assets acquired under very dubious conditions for more than 10 billion rupees from Medin Sugar Estate and Omnicane. Furthermore, looking at the price paid for the plots of land purchased by the MIC in various locations, this will be submitted to the government valuer for the latter to ascertain whether it was value for money.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Too
Madam.
many things happening at the same time. Please.
Étant un vrai démocrate, I know that the Honourable Prime Minister will inform the House about the information containing in the management contract, whether it has been done in such a way that it favors the MIC or it is one-sided, favoring only the companies. Thank you.
Yes,
We'll
Honourable Prime
certainly
Minister.
look into that, including the valuation of the plots of lands.
Yes, Honourable Second Member for Grand Bay Poudre d'Or. Mr. Bichan? No? I'm sorry. Honourable Third Member for Port Louis North and Mont Island, Mr. Kazan.
Speaker, PQB 463, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that there have been several verbal and written complaints regarding the deplorable state of the Terre Rouge Civil Status Sub-Office situated at Le Hocher. The Safety and Health Section of the Ministry of Public Service and Administration Reforms has also highlighted the poor state of the building and had made specific recommendations to improve the working environment thereof. The Honourable Member himself made a surprise visit, I believe, and he saw for himself. The Civil Status Division had on several occasions requested the lessor to undertake the necessary renovations. Unfortunately, no action was taken by the lessor. Consequently, 2 tender exercises were launched by the Civil Status Division in 2018 and 2021 respectively to identify alternate premises that comply with safety and health standards and are strategically located near key facilities such as the police station, post office, bus stop, etc., to ensure accessibility to the public. However, both exercises were unsuccessful. Subsequently, the Civil Status Division has conducted several site visits in the region to identify a suitable location for the sub-office. An office space located within the Terre Rouge Village Council multipurpose complex has now been found to be suitable for that purpose. An agreement has been reached with the Pamplemousses District Council for the allocation of the office space, and the council is now renovating the building. It is expected that the sub-office will be able to move to the new premises by August of this year.
Yes, you're happy? Yes, Honourable. Second member for Rivière-des-Anguilles and Souillac again.
Merci. Question B464, s'il vous plaît.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Financial Crimes Commission that Mr. Navin Bikari, former Director General of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, proceeded to London on 3 occasions in connection with the hearing of the Privy Council for the Medpoint case. In 2018, Mr. Bikari proceeded twice to London, and from the 28th of September to 7th of October, and from 21st to 28th of November. As for 2019, he traveled to London from the 12th to the 20th of January. These missions were approved by the board of the then ICAC, which board was chaired by Mr. Bikari himself. In accordance with Section 19(3)(b) of the Repeal Prevention of Corruption Act, he did not recuse himself, I must say. And when the decision on his mission was being discussed and subsequently approved by the board, where he was himself there. This is a blatant case of conflict of interest. What was equally contemptible was his presence at the Privy Council, despite the fact that the Privy Council, through correspondence dated 13th of December 2018, Lord Kerr directed that ICAC's application to make oral submission be refused. He wasn't given permission. In spite of that, he proceeded on mission to London, accompanied by Mr. Rupchan, acting chief legal advisor, and Mr. Sohan, attorney at law. Madam Speaker, what should also be recalled is that Mr. Navin Bikari changed his original stand, which was in favor of prosecution in the Medpoint case. He changed his opinion a few days before the sitting of the Privy Council. The total cost, Madam Speaker, of the missions undertaken by Mr. Bikari, Mr. Rupchan and Mr. Sohan for the hearing of the Privy Council in connection with the Medpoint case amounted to 1,373,990 rupees and 2 cents for a mission that the Privy Council said they would not be able to do oral submissions.
Okay. Now it's Honourable Second Member for Grand-Bay Poudre d'Or.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B465.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for asking the question. This is yet another, every week we see this, another example of cronies of the previous government benefiting from contracts awarded by public bodies. I'm informed by the Economic Development Board that its head office shifted to 7 Exchange Square building in Eben in December of 2022. Now, a tender exercise was launched in October of 2018, even before the building was constructed. The tender exercise was started, as if they knew the building would be there. All the other bidders in the tender exercise were found to be non-responsive, and only PSH Investment Limited was qualified and awarded the contract. As regards Part A of the question, the EDB signed a lease agreement with PHS Investment Limited which is the owner of the building, on the 9th of August 2019 for 5,000 square meters of office space and 130 parking slots. As per the lease agreement signed, the building was to be delivered in December 2020 and rent payable from February 2021. But the office space was actually delivered in October 2022. That is a delay of almost 2 years. On the 30th of May 2024, the ADB signed a second lease agreement with PSH Investment for an additional office space of 170 square meters at the ground floor of the same building and also for 2 additional parking slots. Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Corporate and Business Registration Department that PSH Investment Limited is fully owned by NG Holdings Limited, and the sole shareholder of NH Holdings Limited is Mr. Vinash Gopi. Concerning Part B of the question, the EDB started paying rent for the office building as from December 2022, which is when it started occupying the building. The total amount of rent paid by EDB from December 2022 to date is 104.9 million rupees. In addition, an amount of 7.2 million rupees has been paid for syndic fees. Regarding Part C of the question, the House may wish to note that the main conditions of the lease agreements are as follows. 1, the minimum lease period for the first lease agreement is 10 years, and the second lease agreement is 8 years and 6 months. 2, the monthly rental is 625 rupees, excluding of VAT, per square meter for the first lease, and 1,147 rupees per square meter for the second lease. So in other words, the prices have jumped. As from December 2027, the rental must be reviewed every 2 years based on the increase in the consumer price index. 4th, up to November 2027, the contracts may be terminated by giving 4 months' notice, but the EDB must pay the rental from the date of cancellation up to the expiry of the initial lease period. And 5th, after November 2027, the contract may be terminated by giving 4 months' notice, and they will then be not required to pay any further rental. I'm tabling a copy of the 2 lease agreements.
Yes, you're right. Yes, the Honourable First Member for Lacaverne and Phoenix, Mr. Lobin.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. B467, please.
Madam Speaker, the contribution sociale généralisée was introduced in September 2020, and the contribution to the National Pensions Fund were accordingly abolished. The CSG was introduced by way of regulations, and subsequently the Social Contribution and Social Benefits Act was enacted in 2021 to provide for the levy of CSG and payment of the benefits. The rates of CSG contribution in respect to an employee earning up to 50,000 rupees a month are 1.5% and 3% of basic salary for the employee and his employer, respectively. As regards to an employee earning above 50,000 rupees a month, the rates of contribution are 3% and 6%. I'm informed by the Mauritius Revenue Authority that since September 2020 to the end of April 2025, a total amount of 44.6 billion rupees has been collected as CSG contributions and remitted to the consolidated fund. The yearly breakdown is as follows. 5.25 billion in financial year 2020-2021, 8.35 billion in financial year 2021-2022, 9.51 billion in financial year 2022-2023, 10.9 billion in the financial year 2023-2024, and 10.6 billion in the current financial year as at April of 2025. With regards to Part A of the question, a number of benefits are being paid for various schemes and measures under the Social Contribution and Social Benefits Act. For the period 2021 to the end of April 2025, a total amount of 34 billion rupees has been spent under these schemes and measures. In addition, a total amount of 10.7 billion has been paid for allowance to the public sector employees, as well as meeting government contribution to the CSG. Madam Speaker, as far as Part B of the question is concerned, from a budgeting point of view, there is no remaining balance as at the end of April 2025. Let me remind the House that of the reply to PQB 1248 on the 24th of October 2023, the previous Minister of Finance said, and I quote, "Il ne reste donc rien par rapport aux contributions de la CSG." Unquote. At that very time itself, they had already depleted all the funds from the CSG. Madam Speaker, I'm tabling a breakdown of the funds collected and spent as at the end of April 2025. It must be noted that the previous government had engaged in the provision of a series of allowances from funds coming from the CSG, especially during the month preceding the last elections, in a clear attempt to lure the voters. This is yet an example of how the CSG funds had been dilapidated by the previous regime in the desperation to try to win the elections.
Yes, Mr. Bichuk?
Madam, we all know that the CSG system is what has destroyed the French social security system, and the fact that Mauritius is an aging population. Has there been any study to understand till which date the current system is a sustainable one?
Before studies done, we know it's going to be disastrous because, as you say, we have an aging population. We are looking at all this in the context of the budget.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Levin, you're okay? All right. Now we have the fourth member for Port-Louis North and Montagnard, Mr. Duval.
Yes, B468.
I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that the Safe City project came into operation on the 19th of August 2019 and is operating under the provisions of the Data Protection Act, which is in line with the European Union General Data Protection Regulation requirements. Prior to the implementation of the Safe City project, a certificate was issued under Section 44(4) of the Data Protection Act, exempting the Mauritius Police Force from the application of certain sections of the Data Protection Act in the interest of the national and public security. These sections pertain, among others, to the collection, access, and communication of personal data. On the 10th of November 2020, the Mauritius Police Force has been registered as the data controller by the Data Protection Act, by the Data Protection Office. On August 2023, the registration certificate has been renewed up to July 2026.
Yes?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can the Prime Minister confirm that under the exceptions which apply to the Safe City project, no sanctions can be taken by the Data Protection Office for contraventions being done at the level of Mauritius Police Force, if there are any?
Madam Speaker, the right of privacy is guaranteed by our Constitution. This is not an absolute right, but the same article also provides for exceptions in the interest of public safety and security. So the Constitution already gives the right of privacy, which is guaranteed.
No, if I may, I think the question was that the commissioner, the data commissioner, could not prosecute. Is that your question? That was the question, that the data protection commissioner cannot prosecute. I would...
If I may have another question.
Okay, go with another question.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister will agree that the risks of having a project like the Safe City operating in a legal vacuum, there are huge risks with regards to safeguard of personal data and risk of abuses. The Prime Minister himself has complained in the past of Safe City cameras being positioned in front of his office, which have now been removed specifically for espionage and not for the legitimate detection of crime. This is the reason why there is a need for a specific legislation.
No, question.
Rephrase it. Will the Prime Minister agree that there is a need for a specific legislation which provides for accountability and for sanctions and prosecution of offenders of the controllers and those users And we have seen in the past how we have seen in the past the risk of abuses.
Don't make statements.
So will he not agree?
Every time I tell you this, put a question. Put a question, not statements.
Stop
Yes.
helping him. Let me remind the Honourable Member, you joined the government. The Safe City came into operation on the 19th of August 2019. I didn't hear you say anything then. You didn't. You were still, you accepted post, you became the Deputy Speaker. But in any case, I
Wait
said
for the
it very
answer.
clearly in the House that there is no espionage being done now.
Right. Okay, your last supplementary question, but question, not statement.
In May 2019, there was a private notice question specifically on the need to have a specific legislation because this Safe City operates outside of the purview of the Data Protection Act because of the certificate of exemption. Therefore, the Data Protection Commissioner cannot take any sanctions. There is only a code of conduct,
You're
which
against.
is not challenged. So this issue was raised as far back as 2019. So it is not right to say it hasn't
Honourable
been.
Duval, I asked you specifically not to make a statement. It's a second statement you're making.
I put the question.
Yes.
Does the Prime Minister not think anymore that there's a risk of espionage and misuse of data collected by the Safe City Project? Does he not think that anymore?
Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member says his father, I suppose, asked the PNQ in May 2019 when he was in the opposition. But you joined the government afterwards. You didn't do anything then. Then everything was okay. Everything was fine. You didn't. Didn't you sit in the chair? Nothing happened then. Then everything was okay. Now you're asking the question when I've stopped the
Let the Prime
espionage
Minister
of
speak.
individuals in this country.
That was the last question. That was your last question. Honourable third member for Maibourg and Plaine Magnan.
Madam Speaker, B469, please.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that promotion in the Mauritius Police Force, including the very important Personal Security Unit, what is called VIPSU, is governed by Regulations 14 and 19 of the Disciplined Forces Service Commission Regulations of 1997. In line with these regulations, Police Standing Order number 16 provides that promotion within the police force is to be carried out as follows. By way of competitive examination by the Disciplined Forces Services Commission, 2, upon successful completion of approved courses, 3, as specialists within a specialized unit, and 4, on a seniority basis. Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that due to specialized nature of their duties and responsibilities, certain units of the police force, such as VIPSU, the Special Mobile Force, Engineering Squadron, National Coast Guard, Police Helicopter Squadron, National Security Service, Central Armory, Police Dog Unit, among others, are categorized as specialized units. Promotion within the unit is supposed to be done on the basis of experience, qualifications, merit, and seniority. But this was not the case. We've seen how people who had been promoted by my government after so many years, VIPSU personnel, have been, the promotion was removed. This is unprecedented, removed, and they were brought back to the original. 2 of them had to go to court, and they won their case. Now they're going to be reinstituted. As for the numbers, from January 2015 to November 2024, 543 police officers posted at VIPSU have been promoted to higher ranks as follows. 444 police officers of different ranks have been promoted as specialists. It is to be highlighted that 225 of them were promoted, believe it or not, in 2024 itself. 11 police constables have been promoted to the rank of police sergeant after having successfully passed the competitive examination, and 22 police corporals and 66 police constables reckoning at least 20 years service in the police force promoted to the rank of police sergeant. But as I said, Madam Speaker, all this was done as if they chose This one will be promoted, this one will be degraded. This is how it was done.
Yes. Once more, Honourable, second member for Rivière-des-Anguilles, Souillac.
Question B 470, s'il vous plaît.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the officer in charge of Airport Holdings Limited that for the period of January 2023 to December 2024, 810 persons have been recruited at different positions. 810. And 754 of them have been recruited through advertising, and the remaining 53 just by headhunting. In other words, you come, you don't come. I'm tabling the information requested by the Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of the House that when we look at the recruitment level at the Mauritius Duty-Free Paradise, 115 people were recruited, believe it or not, on the 2nd of September 2024. Only, in other words, a few weeks prior to the dissolution of Parliament. In this specific case, those recruited were on probation for a period of only 6 months, which is again unusual, whereas the collective agreement between the union and the management stipulates that new entry-grade posts should be for a period of 1 year, not 6 months. This is yet another example, Madam Speaker, of malpractice under the previous government, as if institutions where they could do anything, forget the regulations, forget everything, they could just do anything because the country belonged to them.
Yes, Mr. Jamal.
Thank you. Can the Honourable Prime Minister provide information as to whether these who have been recruited lately, will they be left and punished, or will we take actions against them?
All this is being looked at.
Happy? Yes. Now I have Mr. Rukni, third member for Pamplemousses.
Madam Speaker, question B 471.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, I'm informed by the Managing Director of the Cargo Handling Corporation Limited that presently there are 5 Cape cranes at the Mauritius Container Terminal, and they are now fully operational. They were not before, they are now. With regard to part B of the question, I'm also informed that at the Cape, the Mauritius Container Terminal, which is operated by the Cargo Handling Corporation Limited, is 800 meters long, and as such, 2 large container vessels of a capacity of 16,000 20-foot equivalent units, or a combination of 3 container feeder vessels, can be accommodated at any one time. The multi-purpose terminal, on the other hand, has 4 quays to handle inter-island cargo, pure car carriers, livestock carriers, bulk coal, maize, soya bean meal vessels, as well as container vessels, as and when required. Each of them can accommodate 1 cargo vessel at a time. Madam Speaker, modernization and transformation of the portless harbour into an efficient port is a priority of this government. To that effect, in line with the government programme of 2025-2029, government recognizes that a modern and efficient seaport will be of critical importance to boost the competitiveness of our economy as a destination for foreign investment. There will therefore be a total revamping of the port and other infrastructure to support maritime economic activities. At the heart of this transformation is effective management. To that end, a new managing director of the Cargo Handling Corporation was appointed on the 12th of December 2024, and since then the port situation has witnessed substantial improvement. The level of absenteeism has dropped from 30% to 10%, and daily sick leaves from 120 to just 10, which means the management is doing the job properly. There is discipline. There is no ship waiting time, which was previously 6 days, thus ensuring quicker turnaround now. Weekly container moves have increased from 7,500 to 11,000. Bulk vessels are now being serviced within 3.5 to 4.5 days as compared to 6 to 7 days. As a testament to this progress, the Mediterranean Shipping Company has launched in March of this year a direct Beira-Mozambique route. This has significantly enhanced connectivity, reducing transit time for containers to 5 to 6 days compared to 40 days, Madam Speaker. As regards Part C of the question, I'm informed that measures are being taken by both the Mauritius Postal Authority and the Cargo Handling Corporation to enhance efficiency and competitiveness of the port. These include the implementation of a business plan of the Cargo Handling Corporation, which has been approved by its board on the 2nd of May of this year. This plan aims to modernize operations, extend capacity, and strengthen competitiveness of the Cargo Handling Corporation Limited. To that effect, the Cargo Handling Corporation is planning to invest over the next 5 years an amount of 5.3 billion rupees in the acquisition of state-of-the-art equipment, implementation of green initiatives, capacity building, and digitalization of operation. As an interim measure, procedures have been initiated by Cargo Handling Corporation for the leasing of 2 mobile harbor cranes to address the demand of additional transshipment volumes from shipping lines. In addition, as recommended in the Port Master Plan, the Mauritius Ports Authority will proceed with the expansion of the container yard of the Mauritius Container Terminal of an area of about 5 hectares. This project will increase the storage capacity of the terminal and will thus improve operational efficiency.
I've only got 1 minute left. Are you okay? We won't have time, unfortunately, for the next question.
Next time.
Yes.
Next time? Oh.
Okay. Please bear with me. The table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn: B481, B476, B479, and B473. Now we have questions addressed to Honourable Ministers. The Honourable Second Member for Grand Bay Poudre d'Or, Mr. Bijan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B482.
Minister of Public Service.
Madam
Yes, yes.
Speaker, may I please first and foremost thank the Honourable Member for his question. Madam Speaker, in my reply to PQB9, dated the 4th of February of this year, I informed the House, amongst other things, that no recruitment exercise had been carried out by the Public Service Commission, the Disciplined Forces Service Commission, and Local Government Service Commission after the issue of the writ of elections dated the 4th October 2024. The more so, Madam Speaker, the Public Service Commission had, on the 8th of October 2024, issued 2 circulars notifying responsible officers of all ministries to stay action on appointment to be made under delegated powers and on issue of public advertisement for filling of vacancies until further notice. On the same date, i.e. the 8th of October 2024, a circular was also issued by the Secretary of the Cabinet of the time and Head of Civil Service, drawing attention of the supervising officers of ministries and departments to the Code of Conduct which had been elaborated by the ESC, Electoral Supervisory Commission, for the 2024 National Assembly elections. Supervising officers were accordingly also advised to stand guided by the provision of the Code of Ethics for public officers. Madam Speaker, I had then also informed the House that following the appointment exercises carried out from July to September 2024, 281 officers had joined the public sector after the issue of writ of elections, and drew attention to the fact that such a situation occurred in a matter of days prior to 4th of October and beyond 4th of October 2024. It is to be noted, Madam Speaker, that PQ9 concerned only recruitment in the public sector whereas today's PQ of the Honourable Member is also addressing the issue of promotion. I am informed that letters of offer of appointment and promotion were issued during the election period as follows, Madam Speaker. Firstly, on the date of writ of elections, i.e. 4th October, 63 cases. After the date of issue of writ of elections, 181 cases, including 173 cases of promotion in the police department approved by the DFSC since 23rd of September 2024. Madam Speaker, in line with circulars from the PSC and the Secretary of the Cabinet of the Civil Service, Head of the Civil Service, action should have been stayed regarding the issue of offers of appointment and or promotion until further notice. In view of the complexity of the matter and the wide-ranging implications, further consultations need to be held with relevant parties concerned and advice is awaited on this issue from the Office of the Attorney General personally before a final decision is taken on this matter. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes. The Honourable Third Member for Portwith North and Montaillon, Mr. Kazan.
Madam Speaker, PQB 483, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Road Development Authority that in the context of the construction of the Terre Rouge Verdun Trianon Link Road in December 2013, an existing access road linking the village of Boulingrin to Long Mountain was cut off as it was crossing the alignment of the Terre Rouge Verdun Link Road. Under the circumstances, with a view to maintaining an access, the underpass or tunnel at Boulingrin was constructed to cater for passage of local agricultural workers and landowners. I'm further informed that in view of the topography of the site where the underpass is located and due to mud from passing heavy vehicles, there is recurrent water and mud accumulation thereat. Regular maintenance works such as cleaning of drains, vegetation control are accordingly carried out by the RDA whenever the need arises. With a view to resolving the issue of water accumulation, a site visit was carried out on 8 April 2024 at the underpass by officers of the RDA, the NDU, the Land Drainage Authority, and the District Council of Pamplemousse. The LDA was accordingly requested to carry out an assessment of the catchment area and propose measures to resolve the issue of water accumulation thereat. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I am informed by the LDA that several measures have been recommended to address the matter, including the reinstatement of the cross drains connecting the truck road drains to feeder Murmure and fitting with metal gratings to prevent water ponding. Other proposed remedial measures are being discussed with the RDA regarding their feasibility. In addition, I am informed by the LDA that the District Council of Pamplemousse undertook cleaning of vegetation around the underpass and the existing stormwater drain in February 2025, and a follow-up cleaning is scheduled in 2 weeks as part of its ongoing in-house maintenance. As regard Part B of the question, I am informed that the region of Boulingrin is already connected to the Montaillon-Crèvecoeur B19 road through an existing road, and as such, there is no need to provide an alternative road for the region of Boulingrin. However, given that the existing road which connects Boulingrin to the B19 road is a non-classified road and is narrow, consideration may be given to the widening of the road by the District Council of Pamplemousse.
Yes. The Honourable Third Member for Granby-Poudre d'Or.
Madame la Présidente, je suis informé par la Central Water Authority qu'elle a enregistré un total de 1470 plaintes liées à des conduites d'eau cassées et à des fuites au cours de la période du 1er décembre 2024 à ce jour dans les régions de Grand-Bé et de Poudre d'Or. Je suis également informé qu'un total de 1152 travaux de réparation ont été effectués au cours de la même période du 1er décembre 2024 par une équipe interne de la CWA et par des entrepreneurs. À la demande de mon ministère, la CWA a déployé des moyens logistiques supplémentaires et renforcé ses équipes opérationnelles. Ainsi, Madame la Présidente, le nombre d'équipes opérant dans la zone nord est passé de 3 à 4 depuis février 2025. Tous les opérateurs et ouvriers qui effectuaient auparavant des travaux de remplacement des tuyaux en interne ont été transférés à l'équipe de réparation et d'intervention. Ils ont reçu du matériel supplémentaire. En moyenne, cette nouvelle structure, donc cette nouvelle équipe, peut effectuer 216 réparations par mois, contre 168 auparavant. Le problème récurrent des ruptures de tuyaux et des fuites dans la région, Madame la Présidente, est en grande partie dû à la présence de canalisations anciennes et défectueuses, notamment dans les secteurs de Pointe-au-Canonnier, Grand-Bé, Goodlands, Petit-Raffray, Vale, Rocheterre et Grand-Gobe. Je suis informé que la CWA a identifié 35 km de tuyaux de canalisation défectueuses dans les localités subventionnées qui doivent être remplacés afin d'améliorer l'approvisionnement en eau et la pression.
Yes? Is that all right? The Honourable Third Member for Pamplemousses and Triolet? No?
845, Madam Speaker.
Yes. I understand this is going to be replied by the Honourable Minister of Labour. Yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Financial Services Commission that on 19 June 2023, when the application for a managed corporate service provider license for Maven Management Limited was submitted to the FSC, it was disclosed that Mr. JC would own 100% beneficial ownership of Maven Management Limited. However, I'm also informed that in the same application, it was mentioned that Mr. MG was head of HR and the managing director of Valdus Limited. Now, the House is note that this same Valdus Limited had obtained a contract for the review of the salary and terms and conditions of employment, as well as the review of organizational structure, including men plan, for the FSC in June 2022 and December 2022, respectively. The report was approved by the board of the FSC on the 22nd June 2023. Madam Speaker, the fact that staff of the FSC were also called upon to determine an application for a license by the very same person who was reviewing their salary structure raises serious issues of good governance and conflict of interest. And the fact that Mr. JC, who was doing the salary review, ended up having a management license within weeks of making the application raises again doubt as to whether this was given as a reward for the report that he has submitted. Madam Speaker, as regards Part B of the question, I'm informed by the FSC that after the staff of the FSC signed the option form to agree to be governed by the report, several staff made representation that the report favored certain positions. In the light of the representation received, Valdus Limited, the consultant, was required to submit an errors, omission, and anomaly report, and same was submitted in April 2024. However, I'm informed that this report has not yet been circulated to the staff. The report is yet to be considered by the board of the FSC.
Yes, Mr. Hoopi.
Can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether a former employee of Valdus Limited was recruited on contract by the Commission just a few months
before the review exercise, and the status of the same person was changed to a permanent position just a few weeks before general election started.
Madam Speaker, according to the information communicated to me by the FSC, indeed, there is one Mr. K.G., who was an employee, a part-time employee of Valdus, the consultant. He was recruited by the FSC a few weeks before the contract was awarded to Valdus, again raising doubt about the independence of Valdus.
Yes?
Could the Minister advise the House whether his ministry will recommend to the Cabinet, in light of these incestuous relationships that we are seeing prevailing at the FSC, whether he will recommend a complete upheaval of the FSC?
Are you in a position?
The Honourable Member will know that I'm not the
Yes,
substantive
exactly.
Minister, but I'll convey the message to the substantive
That's it.
Minister.
Thank you, Minister. Okay, he will convey. All right, now we have the Honourable Second Member for Savannah Black River, Mr. Jagannath. Yes?
Madam Speaker, please, B486. I thank my honourable friend. The reply will be circulated and you can enjoy reading it.
We didn't hear.
The reply will be circulated.
You will circulate.
Circulated.
Thank you very much. Now, therefore, I have the Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues, Mr. François,
Thank you. B487.
at long last.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the National Development Unit that the bids for the projects drain works at 80 dans Daris, raising of ford at Bay-Topaz, and box culvert upstream and raising of ford at Pistache in Rodrigues were invited on 3rd March 2025 with a closing date of 16 April 2025. The 3 drain projects, estimated to cost around 174 million rupees, are currently at evaluation stage at the level of the Central Procurement Board. I am further informed that works are expected to start during the next financial year.
Yes? That was Mr. François. You're okay? The Honourable Second Member for Savannah Black River, Mr. Jagannath.
Madam Speaker, again, B488.
Madam Speaker, I am advised that the Mont Blanc is a village under the administrative jurisdiction of the District Council of Savannah, with approximately 110 inhabitants. According to the outline planning scheme for the Grand Port Savannah District Council area, Mont Blanc is situated outside the defined settlement boundary of Chamonix and is located 1.5 kilometers from that boundary. As a result, residents are currently prohibited from undertaking any development projects since such development is only permitted within officially designated settlement boundaries. Following repeated representations from the local residents, the District Council of Savannah formally requested the Town and County Planning Board to include Mont Blanc within the settlement boundary. The board, which is responsible for preparing outlines planning schemes, has extended the operative period of the Savannah District Council's outline planning scheme to December 2027 to allow for a comprehensive review. Madam Speaker, the Town and County Planning Board has informed my ministry that the rural outline planning schemes were approved in 2006 and revised in 2011 with their validity extended on several occasions, now up to December 2027. These schemes are based on the National Development Strategy, NDS, which was adopted in 2005. In July 2019, a consultancy contract was awarded to review the NDS. Once the revised NDS Vision 2040 is approved, all urban and rural planning schemes will be updated accordingly. Data collection and mapping exercise already began this year in January 2025. Modifications to any scheme, including Mont Blanc request, will be considered during this full review process and not on an ad hoc basis. The specific request to designate Mont Blanc as a minor settlement will be assessed during this comprehensive review. As stipulated by the Town and Country Planning Act, any modification to any outline planning scheme requires the formal approval of the President of the Republic. Mont Blanc has been continuously inhabited since 1894 and is served by public transport, electricity, and water supply. The District Council of Savan also provides essential services, including street lighting and refuse collection. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Minister. There are so many changes I'm trying to follow. All right? Is everybody happy? Any supplementary question? Okay. So now we proceed with Mr. Venkatasamy, third member, and this will be replied by Honourable Minister of Local Government. Is that right?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B489, please.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will reply to this question as it concerns my ministry. As regard to part A of the question, I am informed that the Saint-Martin Dam Leisure Park project at Cochimitia was approved during the financial year 2017-2018. The proposed development spread over 12 acres plot of land is indeed a good initiative for the region. However, this implementation has been marked by poor planning, doubtful procurement practices, and a fragmented execution strategy under the previous administrations. Instead of adopting a streamlined and transparent design and build model, which would have allowed for better coordination, faster delivery, and improved cost control, the former administration chose to split the project into multiple components. These were allocated to various contractors through a patchwork of procurement methods, including requests for seal quotations, restricted bidding, direct procurement, and open advertised bidding. This fragmented approach was project management more difficult and raised serious concerns about favorism and lack of transparency. The scope of work, as submitted by the District Council of Mocha, includes the following components: a 2,000 square feet reception building with toilet block, cloakroom, and cafeteria, a 17,000 square feet multipurpose hall with reception area, dining space, kitchen facilities, and separate hall for conferences and other events, 3 natural ponds surrounded by concrete walkways, 1 acre esplanade with children's corner and graded sitting area, a 750-meter health track, an outdoor gym, an endemic garden with walkways, 3 bridges, a road network, and 2 parking spaces with capacity for approximately 250 vehicles. Madam Speaker, with regard to part B of the question on cost overrun and delays, the project was initially estimated at 45 million rupees. However, the cost has now escalated to 77.5 million rupees. Additionally, the District Council of Mocha has indicated a need for a further of 8.5 million rupees to complete the road surfacing within the park. This considerable cost overrun and the lengthy delay, and despite the project having started eight years ago, are largely due to the repeated modification and the inclusion of new components by the previous administration. These additions were not part of the original approved scope of work and had led to unnecessary expenditure and delayed the completion of the project. Such practices are evidence of inadequate planning and poor project oversight by the previous government, resulting in the misuse of public funds and significant delays in providing essential community infrastructure. To address this situation, I have instructed the District Council of Mocha to ensure that the project is fully completed not later than 15 August 2025. In regard to part C of the question concerning the appointment of a quantity surveyor, I wish to inform the House that the District Council of Mocha did not appoint one for this project. Instead, the Public Infrastructure Department of the Council has been responsible for both the design and supervision of works. Madam Speaker, I wish to reassure the Honourable third member of Community and Mocha that the Saint-Martin Dam Leisure Park will be completed by the revised deadline, that is 15 August 2025. My ministry is closely monitoring the final phase of implementation to ensure the project delivered without any further delays. Thank you.
It's okay. Yes, honourable members, I should have informed you that PQB 525 will also be replied by the Honourable Minister of Local Government later. All right? Now we will carry on with Honourable First Member for Portwith North.
B490, thank you.
Madam Speaker, on 6 February 2025, I was informed by the Le Monde Heritage Trust Fund, a parastatal body under the aegis of my ministry, of two highly disturbing incidents. First, the circulation of a video showing an individual dancing a Mauritian song containing foul and offensive language on the grounds of the Troucheny Open Air Museum, located at the foot of Le Mont Brabant Mountain, a World Heritage Cultural Landscape Site. And secondly, the appearance of a large graffiti on the rock of Le Mont Brabant Mountain with inscriptions such as Jennifer, J, JFS, and 2501-2025. Madam Speaker, I am informed that the matter was reported to the police on 7th February 2025, and an entry was duly recorded in the occurrence book at the La Golette police station by an officer of Le Monde Heritage Trust Fund. I am further informed that investigations are going on. Upon being informed, I gave immediate instruction for the removal of the graffiti. Despite the dangerous topography of the mountain and adverse weather conditions which was prevailing at that time, the operation was completed on 19th February 2025 by a guide from Le Monde village with the assistance of a heritage guide from the Le Monde Heritage Trust Fund. The first attempt on 8th February removed 90% of the markings, and the second succeeded fully. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, this was not an isolated occurrence. On 12 March 2025, a video circulated on TikTok showing two individuals sitting on the cross at the summit of Le Mont Brabant Mountain, presumably consuming alcohol. The video provoked national indignation, and the individuals concerned issued a public apology on 14th March 2025. Madam Speaker, what is of equal concern and regret is the failure of the previous government and the former board of the Le Monde Heritage Trust Fund to have ever established a formal protocol or proactive framework to prevent or swiftly address such acts. After years of relentless effort and advocacy under the administration of the then Honourable Prime Minister, Dr. Navin Chandraramgulam, Le Monde was proudly inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2008. Yet, despite this historic achievement, the regime that came to power in 2014 unfortunately displayed a shocking level of neglect. For nearly a decade, they failed to implement even the most basic protective measures. No signage, no surveillance, no preventive strategy, and not even a contingency plan to address acts of desecration or vandalism. Such negligence reflects a profound disregard for the preservation of one of our nation's most sacred heritage sites.
Madam Speaker, upon taking cognizance of this incident, my ministry convened an emergency meeting with Le Monde Heritage Trust Fund and launched a comprehensive set of measures, namely, first, installation of prominent signage at key points across Le Monde cultural landscape to inform visitors of the sacredness of the site and prohibit disrespectful actions. Second, further develop education and awareness among local communities, schools, and tourists to cultivate a sense of reverence and historical consciousness. Third, enhance surveillance and law enforcement cooperation with relevant authorities. Fourth, development of a formal contingency and incident response protocol to be administered by the Le Monde Heritage Trust Fund. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to inform the House that bids for signage panels have already been launched and installation will start shortly. The urgent measures are well underway. Furthermore, unlike my predecessors, I am taking steps to initiate a review of the Le Monde Heritage Trust Fund Act and relevant laws with the assistance of the Attorney General's Office to introduce explicit provisions and appropriate sanctions against desecration, vandalism, or acts causing more moral damage to sacred and heritage sites. Presently, the only applicable legal provision remains Section 17 of the National Heritage Fund Act 2003, which narrowly addresses unlawful damage or defacement. This legal vacuum concerning moral desecration will no longer be tolerated. Madam Speaker, my ministry remains steadfast in its mission to preserve the sanctity and dignity of Le Monde and all other heritage sites across Mauritius. And we shall act with both firmness and foresight, something that regrettably has been missing for far too long. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We've got 3 minutes left only. Honourable third member for Bobassin, Petite Rivière.
Before 9-1, please.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, in light of the number of advisors attached to my ministry, which include 15 advisor coaches, I'm tabling all the requested information.
Thank you. Yes.
Merci, Madame la
One
Présidente.
supplementary.
Oui, peut-on savoir parmi les conseillers de l'honorable ministre des Sports s'il y en a parmi qui cumulent une deuxième fonction tombant sous un autre organisme de son ministère? Si oui, lequel? Ses responsabilités et bien sûr ses salaires et autres avantages.
Are you able to answer
Madam
that?
Speaker, I'm
Yes.
not aware of what the member is saying. I will check and report to the House.
Of course. You can come back with another question once you see the paper tabled.
J'espère, Madame la Présidente, que
Of
j'aurai la réponse.
L'espoir fait vivre.
Ah non, je ne suis pas un imbécile, hein. Je suis pas un imbécile.
Of course.
I think we can go for lunch now. Thank you. Vous avez attention.
Yes, Honourable First Member for La Caverne, Felix.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with your permission, I shall answer this question in the absence of the substantive minister.
Thank you.
In reply to PQB 304 on 8 April 2025, the substantive minister informed the House that Maurice Strategy employed 28 officers since its creation. Following the departure of 2 officers on 25th April and 2nd of May, Mauritius Strategy now currently employs 26 employees. As regards Part A of the question, the total monthly expenditure incurred on the salaries and other benefits to the employees for the month of April 2025 stood at 2,576,314. It is to be noted, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that Maurice Strategy has not hired the services of any consultant. With regard to Part B of the question, I am informed by Maurice Strategy that the Executive Director holds a BSc Honour in Economics and Finance from the University of Mauritius and a MSc Economics and Development Economics from the University of Nottingham in England. The Executive Director has been appointed on a contractual basis for a period of 3 years with effect from 9 September 2024. He earns a monthly salary of 312,000 rupees and draws the following benefits: A, car allowance of 20,000, traveling allowance of 20,000, and mobile phone allowance of 2,000.
Supplementary?
Yeah. Can the Honourable Minister inform this House with regard to this Executive Director and Maurice Strategy? Is it still a feasible strategy to have Maurice Strategy, in as much as it should have been an independent think tank for government, in as much as no such report or documents have been produced and we are not aware of what they have been doing for all these months?
As regards the first part of the question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, you would appreciate that I'm not the substantive minister, and it is for the substantive minister to decide whether this Maurice Strategy has still a raison d'être. With regard to the second part of the question, I am informed that Maurice Strategy has submitted 17 reports and research papers since its creation.
Okay, thank you. The Honourable Second Member for Flag-Bolakay.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. B493, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to present a clear explanation of the recent recruitment activities within the local authorities, highlighting the serious mismanagement and malpractice performed by the former chairperson of the Local Government Service Commission, that is the LGSC, and the previous regime. Deputy Speaker, sir, in response to Part 1 of the question, between 1st January and 3rd October 2024, a total of 1,765 appointments were effected within local authorities. Out of these 1,765 appointments, it is shocking and surprising to note that 599 posts, mainly of refuse collectors, handy workers, and general workers, which were created without budgetary provision, resulting in an expenditure of approximately 10 million rupees monthly. Furthermore, it is scandalous that out of the 1,765 appointments effected last year, 998 appointments were made during the period between 3rd of September and 3rd of October 2024, barely a month before the general election. This figure represents 56.5% of the total appointments, and this is viewed as a serious concern. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is also important to highlight that out of the 1,765 appointments made, 1,731 were authorized solely by the former chairperson of the LGSC, thus entirely bypassing the statutory requirement for collective decision-making by the full Commission. This unilateral action is a flagrant breach of the Local Government Service Commission Regulation 1984 and represents a gross abuse of authority. On 10 December 2024, the LGSC sought legal advice from the Attorney General's Office to determine whether the appointments made by the former chairperson were legally in order. The Attorney General's Office replied that all appointments and/or promotions effected unilaterally by the chairperson are legally tainted with nullity. Disturbingly, no legal advice was sought until December 2024, despite these irregular practices having started as far back as January 2022. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, despite this, the Local Government Service Commission could not act earlier due to the absence of a fully constituted board. It is to be noted that the Commission was reconstituted only on 28 March 2025. I am apprised that out of the 1,765 appointments, the Attorney General's Office recommended that the employment of 1,368 candidates who are employed on a day-to-day basis and 95 candidates who are employed on a month-to-month basis should be terminated. However, the decision to act upon this advice regarding these unlawful appointments rests solely with the Local Government Service Commissions, that is the LGSC, which is an independent and autonomous body. Additionally, the malpractices of the former chairperson have been formally reported to the Financial Crime Commission, that is the FCC, and the FCC is now assessing the broader implication and institutional breaches of this mass recruitment exercise. We are awaiting the report of the FCC, which will guide further administrative and legal actions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, to be honest, it is ordinary citizens who are paying the price for the irresponsibility of the previous regime. Resources meant for essential services such as waste collection, street lighting, and community services were diverted to fund politically motivated and unlawful appointments. This government will not tolerate such abuses. We are committed to restoring integrity and accountability in all recruitment processes. Thank you.
B494, Honourable Dr. Mrs. Talu is not in the House, so I take it there will be a written answer for that question, since the question has not been withdrawn. So now I call B495. Honourable.
Please, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, B495.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed that the region of Boulodrome Black River has been declared as a high-risk flood-prone area by the Land Drainage Authority. The LDA has recommended that the project flood mitigating measures at Boulodrome Black River be implemented by the Drain Infrastructure Construction Limited at Bois d'Oiseau and Avenue Boulodrome with a view to mitigating flooding in that region. The detailed design has already been finalized and approved by the LDA. Mr. Deputy Speaker, The project is estimated to cost some 232 million, and I'm informed by the DICL that the draft bidding document for the construction works has already been prepared, and same would be launched once funding is made available. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the project is expected to start during the course of the next financial year, subject to availability of funds.
Okay, the next question, the Honourable second member for Belrose Carbone.
B496, merci.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I have been made aware of the deplorable state of the Beauséjour Community Centre. I wish to thank the Honourable Member for the pictures forwarded to me on same. I am informed that procedures for renovation works at the Beauséjour Community Centre have been initiated by the Sugar Industry Labour Welfare Fund. The works inter alia comprise replacement of tiles in the hall and kitchen. Cabinets have also been fixed in the kitchen. I'm apprised by the Sugar Industry Labour Welfare Fund that lights have been installed in the shelter found in the yard of the community centre. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that most infrastructures falling under the purview of the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family Welfare, be it community centres, social welfare centres, or women empowerment centres, have remained idle since the last 10 years, depriving the community of these facilities. I am glad to inform the House that these infrastructures are being made operational since this government took office. The Canlabou Women Empowerment Centre is now operational since 8 March this year. Furthermore, the Richelieu Women's Empowerment Centre is in operation since 22nd March 2025. The reopening of the Triolet Women Empowerment Centre is being envisaged. Other infrastructures falling under the purview of the Ministry will be made operational subject to the availability of funds.
Yes,
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. Je remercie également, au nom des habitants de Beauséjour, de résidence Beauséjour, je tiens à exprimer ma gratitude à la ministre pour cette rénovation. La ministre pourrait-elle indiquer à la Chambre si cette rénovation implique la fermeture complète du centre et si oui, si son ministère prévoit des solutions alternatives pour garder les habitants en activité. Merci.
Monsieur le Deputy Speaker, à ce stade, ces informations ne sont pas disponibles.
The Honourable third member for Rivière-des-Anguilles.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. B497.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, chronic kidney disease is a significant health burden affecting around 200,000 Mauritian patients. Presently, there are around 1,550 patients on dialysis, comprising around 1,500 patients in Mauritius and 50 patients in Rodrigues. Among these dialysis patients, those who are clinically eligible and who have donors are given access to renal transplantation, which not only results in better quality of life, but also ensures cost savings over the long run. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that after an 8-month gap, with a number of issues pertaining to functioning of equipment and availability of consumables, my ministry has restarted the renal transplant program, and 2 patients were operated in April 2025 by a team of surgeons from Mauritius Hospital, Chennai. My ministry has also simultaneously established a number of partnerships with renal transplant surgeons comprising the Mauritian diaspora experts and non-Mauritians working in United Kingdom and India to impart the necessary training to our health professionals, as well as conduct renal transplant cases in Mauritius. These include Professor Nizam Mahmood, who has previously been assisting the renal transplant program, and Professor Derek Manas, amongst others. My ministry is now arranging for a different team to come to Mauritius every 4 to 8 weeks to carry out 3 to 4 transplant cases over a period of 1 week. The forthcoming team, which is expected from Mauritius Hospital, Chennai, in June 2025, will carry out 3 cases of renal transplantation. With regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed that for urgent cases of renal transplant, protocols are in place at hospital level for the workup of patients and donor. The procedures involve urine and blood testing as well as radiological and cardiac investigations prior to the surgical interventions. In addition, the renal transplant immunology laboratory at Victoria Hospital, with the assistance of a team from Guy's Hospital, United Kingdom, has been upgraded to the latest standards. The nuclear medicine department is now also fully functional to carry out advanced renal function tests on the donor. I am further informed that for non-urgent cases, kidney transplant surgery from living donors is an elective procedure and needs full evaluation of both the donor and the recipient. Moreover, full workup and follow-up of donors and recipients are done by medical and nursing staff of my ministry through Central Health Laboratory, nephrology units, dialysis units. Therefore, patients are listed in order of priority for the next visiting foreign team to carry out the renal transplantation.
Yes, Honourable.
Are there any campaigns being carried out by the ministry to raise public awareness and with a view to boosting organ registration, donation?
Well, the NCD, the National, the Non-Communicable Diseases Department has undertaken the work and we are doing it.
With regard to B498 and B499, in view of the absence of Honourable Tanu, I take it the Honourable Ministers will circulate as written answer. So now we go to B500. Honourable Kiran.
B500.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part A of the question, I am informed that all prostate cancer patients in Mauritius are referred to the new cancer center for treatment. The number of patients with prostate cancer registered in the Department of Oncology at the new cancer center from 2020 to date is 714. I am further informed that there are currently 12 medical oncologists and 1 hematological oncologist, that is doctor who deal with blood cancers, for example, leukemia, posted as a new cancer center. The latter also attends regional hospitals to conduct follow-up on patients who have completed their treatment on blood cancers. I am also informed that there are around 10 experienced and trained general surgeons with urology skills posted in all regional hospitals and new cancer center for the surgical management of prostate cancer. Concerning part B of the question, as all other non-communicable diseases, the burden of cancer and particularly prostate cancer have increased over the years. The mortality to incidence ratio of prostate cancers have decreased over time, indicating that less patients are dying of the disease compared to the new cases being diagnosed. This is due to a better cancer care management, including early diagnosis and fast and modern therapeutic services. Accordingly, for the period 2000 and 2024, 1,731 deaths have been registered in relation to prostate cancer. I wish to inform the House that yesterday I met a group of oncological surgeons from Max Super Hospital, and I will also be receiving a group of surgeons from Birla Hospital on Thursday morning regarding their willingness to assist in oncology surgery training and bilateral collaboration between India and Mauritius, as well as in the proposed setting up of a urology department in Jawaharlal Nehru Hospital. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that my ministry will leave no stone unturned in our fight against prostate cancer. My ministry has implemented targeted health sensitization campaign to address modifiable risk factors for prostate cancer, focusing on diet, smoking, obesity, and physical activity. In addition, public education initiatives are also being held with a view to promoting a balanced diet rich in fruits and vegetables while discouraging excessive consumption of red and processed meats. Furthermore, community-based programs are also ongoing to encourage regular physical activity through wellness clubs and local fitness initiatives, and to combat obesity through nutritional counseling in primary health centers and routine body mass index monitoring.
Yes.
Peut-on savoir quels sont les traitements actuellement qui sont recommandés par rapport, concernant les patients qui sont atteints d'un cancer de la prostate dans les hôpitaux et aussi dans les hôpitaux régionaux et aussi au New Cancer Center?
I've just mentioned, normally whenever we get such cases, we recommend patients to the new cancer center. And I can assure the honorable member that we are trying to bring in additional equipments in order to serve those patients. And the regional hospitals are also looking after prostate cancer, but cancer which has arrived at an advanced stage, these are looked into at the National Cancer Center.
Monsieur le Président, une autre question. Vu le nombre croissant de cas détectés de cancer de la prostate à un stade avancé, le ministre ne pense-t-il pas, il en a parlé dans sa réponse de campagne de communication, mais ce que je veux dire, moi, ce sont des campagnes à intervalles réguliers pour sensibiliser, conscientiser, principalement les hommes à partir de la tranche d'âge de 45 à 50 ans, à effectuer le test PSA. Beaucoup ne sont pas au courant, beaucoup ne savent pas qu'il faut, à partir d'un certain âge, effectuer le test PSA pour savoir si on est atteint ou quel est le degré de cancer de la prostate.
That is the reason why we have given a new turning to the NCD, the non-communicable disease unit, which has undertaken that work. I know it's not an easy job, but we have started it already, and can assure the honourable member that we are going to expand our activity to sensitize the entire population on the danger of having such a disease.
Next question. You have been answered. The question has been answered. The third honourable member for Rivière-des-Orgues.
Thank you. B501. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, first let me thank the honourable member for this timely question. I am informed that no audit exercise has been conducted to ascertain compliance by companies to have at least 3% of their workforce with persons with disabilities as provided under Section 13 of the Training and Employment of Disabled Persons Act 1996, amended 2012, for the last 10 years. The Training and Employment of Disabled Persons Board, which is the parastatal body operating under the purview of my ministry, has for main objectives to provide training and ensure the employment of persons with disabilities. According to records available, there are only 527 persons with disabilities who are registered with the board, looking for an employment or training. Moreover, only a few companies, that is 900, are registered with the board. Moreover, the Housing and Population Census conducted by Statistics Mauritius in 2022 revealed that only 6,009 persons with disabilities were currently part of the workforce. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I have been informed that the Protection and Promotion of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, which was passed last year in the National Assembly, proposes a new modified employment quota system. However, I would like to inform the House that I have received numerous representations concerning certain provisions of the Act, including provision on employment. In this context, of the advice of the Attorney General Office, my ministry has chosen to proceed with some amendments of the legislation, including on the employment of persons with disabilities before promulgation of the law. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in parallel, my ministry is also seeking to undertake a comprehensive disability pensions and benefits reforms to align with the international standard in order to shift from a purely medical model to a more social model approach to disability. This includes the restructuring of the current disability assessment panel so that disability evaluation account for both functional limitations and social barriers. With this new reform, there will be a multi-purpose one-stop assessment. As part of this broader reform, my ministry is also working on integrating the aspect of employability into the assessment process of persons with disabilities. Consideration will be given to empowering persons with disability to pursue a better quality of life through meaningful employment. Furthermore, my ministry is also envisaging to carry out matching exercise to ensure that skills and potential of the person with disabilities are aligned with suitable opportunities in the labour market and to partly subsidize their employment. As a result, employers will be expected to actively recruit and include persons with disabilities in their workforce, and failure to do so may entail heavy penalties. This qualitative change measure also takes into consideration the relative scarcity of labour in Mauritius. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to underline that the above-mentioned reforms are being envisaged in the budget proposal to 2025-2026. Thank you.
Yes.
Is the Honourable Minister considering an audit exercise to ascertain compliance or non-compliance by companies?
Because of the reform, we will proceed with the reform and then seek and evaluate compliance to the new legal framework.
Yes, the first member for Montagne Blanche and Grande Rivière.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Sir, B502.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to provide the House with the following details information regarding the mini-market, mini-traffic centre at Belia. The project comprises the construction of a modern mini-traffic centre equipped with the following facilities. A passenger terminal with waiting areas, ticketing booths and washroom, 5 covered and linked bus stations, bus platforms, parking bays for bus and taxi, pedestrian access routes, and assorted infrastructure including lighting, signage, drainage system, landscaping, and a secure perimeter fencing, and CCTV monitoring camera. The project was awarded to Keep Clean Limited for a total contract value of 68 million rupees, including of VAT, after an open national bidding exercise concluded in November 2024. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, concerning Part B of the question, the site was handed over to the contractor on 9 April 2025, and the construction works started on 24 April 2025. The contractual duration is 360 days, with the expected completion date being 19 April 2026. A 365-day defect liability period will follow project completion. The works are being supervised by a technical team from the Ministry of National Infrastructure. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, concerning Part C of the question, the mini-traffic centre is designed to support the following bus routes through its 5 designated bus stations. Belia Flag to Saj Hospital, Belia Central Flag to Port Louis, Belia Maber, Belia Couch-Militaire to Rosil, Belia to Cupid. Thank you.
Can the Honourable Minister see that Trou-de-Douce is probably on the outskirts and no transport is found there in relation to the bus route?
This project has been for 5 bus stations. So for this additional one, we can liaise with the Minister of Land and Transport.
Thank you. The Honourable Said Member for Bobassa,
503.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as I stated during my intervention on the government program on 28 February 2025, the inter-college sports competition, more commonly known as Jeux inter-college, were more than just a sport competition. They serve as a platform for discovering young talents, fostering camaraderie, and instilling a deep sense of pride and belonging among our youth. Therefore, the revival of the inter-college sport competition is high on the agenda of my ministry. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, I wish to inform the House that the preliminary of the Jeux intercollèges for the 7 regions, namely Port-Louis, Bobassa-Rosil, Belle-Rose, Quatre-Bornes, Vaqua-Phoenix, Black River, Cupip, Grand Port-Savane, Moka-Flac, and Pamplemousse Rivière-du-Rempart have successfully started on the 6th May 2025 and will run until 17 June 2025. The finals are scheduled from 14 to 18 July 2025. I am informed that some 160 secondary schools, including state, private, and fee-paying schools, have registered for the Jeux intercollèges. Some 8,500 students are involved in both individual and team competition. Officials of National Sport Federation and coaches of my ministry are providing technical assistance for the smooth running of the Jeux intercollèges. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to part B of the question, I am informed that the 2025 edition of the Jeux intercollèges will include the following sport disciplines: football, volleyball, badminton, table tennis, and athletics. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the preliminaries are being held at various venues including stadium, sport complexes, and secondary schools. Subsequently, the final for the football and athletics will be held at the Côte d'Or National Sport Complex, while the finals for badminton, tennis, table tennis, and volleyball will be held at the National Badminton Center, the National Table Tennis Center, and the Pandit Sahadeh Gymnasium, respectively. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as regards part C of the question, for this year's edition, participation is open to both boys and girls in different age groups, ranging from 14 to 20, and this age group will be reviewed to include, if needed, younger categories in more sport disciplines as from next year. Each participant is allowed to participate in 2 sport disciplines of the competition, including 1 individual and 1 team, in the order of encourage more students to participate. For athletics, the first 3 athletes per event, per category, and per region will qualify for the finals, as opposed to only 2 in the previous edition, thereby increasing opportunities for more students to represent their college in the final. Athletes from Rodrigues will also be invited to participate in the athletics final, following their own preliminaries. For badminton and table tennis, the first 2 participants per category, per region, are qualified for the finals. For football and volleyball, the winning team per category, per region, is qualified for the final. An overall champion of the intercollege will be declared based on the cumulative points obtained by each college in the 5 sport disciplines during the finals. I wish to highlight that this formula has been introduced after consultation with all stakeholders.
Monsieur le Vice-président, l'honorable ministre peut-il expliquer à la Chambre, et je me base sur une lettre qui a été adressée par le président de l'M3SA au Premier ministre lui-même, pourquoi en effet l'M3SA, comme le certifie la lettre, n'a pas été impliqué comme il se doit dans l'organisation de ces compétitions, se voyant même, comme je viens de le dire, obligé d'envoyer une lettre au Premier ministre exprimant leur mécontentement pour dénoncer la façon d'agir du ministère des Sports, hein, c'est la lettre qui le dit, je n'invente rien, et celui de l'éducation. Peut-on savoir pourquoi?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as I stated in my reply, given that the board of the National Council for Sports in schools and universities was not yet constituted, my ministry provided technical support toward the organization of the competition. at a press conference on the 8th January 2025, whereat the Mauritius Secondary School Sports Association was present. Furthermore, I'm informed that representatives of the Mauritius Secondary School Sports Association were present during meeting held on 15 January and 27 January 2025 at the seat of my ministry. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at the request of the Mauritius Secondary School Sports Association, I have met with their representative, including the President, on the 5th May 2025. We have agreed that the Mauritius Secondary School Sports Association will collaborate with the National Council for Sport in schools and universities.
Je vais quand même, pour les besoins de la
No,
question,
but this
déposer...
letter was addressed to the Prime Minister. I can't see how you get a copy of it and why
Oh,
you should handle
Mr.
it.
Vice President,
But
please.
it is a letter between the MSSA and the Prime Minister. It's
You are
between these two
yourself
parties. No, but
you
it
are
is a letter-
yourself a
Yeah, this is
politician.
why I'm
and you
saying,
know,
because I'm
you
a
know
lawyer,
well.
this letter is
So,
addressed personally to the
I
Prime
find this
Minister.
very
It's a
improper
personal
from your-
letter to the Prime Minister.
Yeah. Anyway,
That's the letter.
anyway, l'autre question que...
You have another question, yes.
Voilà. Donc, j'ai bien compris la réponse de l'honorable ministre. Il a parlé de certaines catégories, mais il y a une catégorie que les PE teachers considèrent qui aurait dû être aussi faire partie de ces jeux, c'est la catégorie U14, c'est-à-dire les enfants, les jeunes de 12 et 13 ans. Et peut-on savoir pourquoi cette catégorie n'a pas été inclue dans ces jeux?
I mentioned in my reply, Deputy Speaker, that next year we are going to see how we are going to include those who are not included now. We have all consulted with the stakeholders, and the answer is very clear.
Okay, the next question. The Honourable Third Member for Rivière-des-Anguilles.
Yes, thank you. B504.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we are all fully aware of the potential danger and threat targeting our children with regard to online exploitation, harm, and abuse. Protection of children is my primary concern, and hence I have given instructions that this matter be dealt with at utmost seriousness at the level of my ministry. I wish to inform the House that there had been quite a number of cases which have been referred to my ministry and to me personally. Subsequently, relevant files have been compiled for follow-up, among which a full-fledged document on a case of sharing of indecent photos and videos of women and girls on an application called Telegram. These cases have been referred for in-depth investigations to the police, with whom my ministry works in close collaboration to tackle cases of abuse against children of the Republic. I wish to point out that on Thursday, 10th April 2025, my colleagues, the Minister of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation, Minister of Tertiary Education, Science and Research, Minister of Education and Human Resource, and myself launched a draft report for public consultations. The report focuses on enhancing children online safety in the social media era, with a view to improving the protection of children and young people in the digital space. Parents, educators, young people, NGOs, and civil society were invited to participate in the consultation process and share their input and recommendations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as regard to Part A of the question, as Minister of Gender Equality and Family Welfare, I am well aware of the negative impact of the digital environment on families. In order to address this situation, my ministry is currently finalizing a national policy paper on the family in which there is a component on ICT use. I also wish to inform the House that, with a view to raising understanding
on the underlying threats and consequences of the misuse of social media, and to empower families on the negative impact of the digital environment, my ministry, in collaboration with the Cybercrime Unit, the Central Criminal Investigation Department, and the Trafficking in Person of the Mauritius Police Force, will be conducting a 2-day workshop on the 5th and 6th of June 2025, where the main focus will be on teenagers, cybercrime, and family well-being. It is also envisaged to carry out ongoing campaigns on adolescence and cybercrime at community level. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question, my ministry has in place a hotline, 113, which is operational to provide 24-hour free services for the report of any form of violence against children. Alternatively, I am also informed that there is a dedicated online reporting system in place for the report of online abuses called MOCORS Plus, Mauritius Cybercrime Online Reporting System, which is under the purview of the Ministry of IT, Communication and Innovation. The system is managed by the CERDMU, Computer Emergency Response Team. It is a centralized system which connects the CERDMU, the Cybercrime Unit of the Mauritius Police Force, the Data Protection Office, and the Information and Communication Technologies Authority, ICTA. I believe that online threats and dangers facing children are not only a national issue, but also an international one. This requires a multi-pronged approach and the possibility of amending and strengthening relevant legislation is being explored. In this respect, I will invite, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I will invite honourable members to submit any suggestion that will further reinforce the protection of our children online. Thank you.
The next question, the Honourable Third Member for Grand-Bay Pouloulo.
505, please. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the Information and Communication Technologies Authority that since January 2023, 10 complaints have been received with respect to base stations of mobile operators, including 5 pertaining specifically to health issues. In order to provide a good quality of service, base stations, which constitute the infrastructure that actually enables mobile phones to connect wirelessly to the networks, need to be placed where people live, that is, in the vicinity of houses. So antennas of base stations are therefore found in those areas where people live and at times located on the roofs of houses. However, radio base stations produce some exposure to radio frequency electromagnetic field, EMF. However, but according to the World Health Organization, there is no current evidence, no empirical evidence to confirm the existence of any health issues from exposure to low-level EMF. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the ICTA usually performs EMF surveys and measurements when a complaint is received with respect to health hazards resulting from radio frequency emissions of base stations. The measurement is carried out at the premises of the complainant to determine whether the level of EMF exposure is within the permissible limits. Here, the ICTA applies International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection framework that limits the extent of exposure. The ICTA, in its evaluation process, applied these guidelines and the ITU recommendations as well. Furthermore, since 2012, the ICTA has also adopted an on-site measurement protocol to evaluate installations that are in place. And out of the 5 complaints that pertain to the health issues, it's good that I point out for the House that 2 comply to the EMF standard, 1 complaint pertained to a location where the tower was not even erected, and 1 tower, though erected, was not yet operational. With regards to the 5th one, and this one is where the question actually emanates from, and I thank the Honourable member for this question. With regard to the last one, a measurement was carried out in August 2023, and that test revealed that the operator was not compliant with the provisions of the EMF safety standard. The ICTA therefore requested the operator to take remedial actions, which took place a few months later. Therefore, in October 2023, further to another EMF survey and the measurement that was done at the same site, the radio frequency was then found to be within the permissible limits. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I also wish to inform the House that with the view of ensuring that operators comply with relevant international standards with regards to erection of base stations, as far back as 2011, the ICTA issued to the telecommunication operators guidelines, which was termed Deployment of Radio Communication Infrastructure, Technical and Administrative Standard for EMF Safety. And that was for the purpose of ensuring that people are not exposed to unnecessary waves. The result of these evaluations are compared with safety standards that are recognized by the World Health Organization. As at today, the said guidelines are still in force, and 1,116 base stations have been verified. The ICTA is equipped with appropriate measuring equipment, and with a view to improving its evaluation capabilities, the ICTA will be investing in further equipment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I therefore take it that the survey mentioned by the Honourable Minister is already being carried out. Thank you.
Member. Honourable member. Yes. Okay.
By the Honourable Member, and thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for this answer. Will the Minister consider, or whether the ICTA consider, to positively publish the surveys carried so far?
Honourable Member, thank you for the supplementary question. The ICTA is managed by an independent board. However, I will take the suggestion to the board. Thank you.
Yes, you have got a question.
Deputy Speaker, sir, can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether tests could be carried out at planned regular intervals to ensure the safety and health of the inhabitants, especially as you have mentioned they are exposed to EMF electromagnetic field? Thank you.
Thank you for this supplementary question, Honourable Member. As I mentioned, the ICTA is managed by an independent board. However, because it is an issue that pertains to public safety, I will take the message to the chairperson of the board.
Thank you. Next question, the Honourable First Member for Lakavian Felix.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. B506, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed by the Road Development Authority that the footpath and drains along the road at Menil and Castel, which were constructed in the 1980s, are presently in a precarious state. To remedy the situation, the RDA is proceeding with the rehabilitation of the footpath along the affected stretches. As regards Part A of the question, I'm informed that the works have been entrusted to General Construction Limited under RDA's Framework Agreement for Road Maintenance and Minor Works 2023-2026. In regard to Part B of the question, I am informed that the scope of work comprises the following. First, demolition of old footpath and casting of new footpath and drainage slabs along approximately 250 meters at localized stretches on the left-hand side of the 810 road from Engen Petrol Station at Menil towards Castel Petrol Station. And second, demolition of old footpath and casting of new footpath and drainage slabs on the right-hand side of the 810 road from the junction Alé-Briand Road B74 towards Azari-Singh Road over a stretch of approximately 300 meters. Third, cleaning of drains. Fourth, repair to drain abutment walls. And fifth, provision of concrete curbs, gullies, and metal gratings. The works are being implemented under two separate works orders for the sum of 3.6 million and 4.3 million, inclusive of VAT, for the respective works along the left-hand side and right-hand side. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, regarding Part C of the question, I'm informed that for works on the left-hand side, The progress is about 25%, and the works will be completed by June 2025. As regards works on the right-hand side, same have been scheduled to start by end of May 2025, so as to minimize disruption to traffic and pedestrian, given the ongoing works along the other side of the road. The works are expected to be completed by July 2025.
The next question, Honourable First Member for Lakabete.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. B507, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House regarding the factual financial situation of the Municipal Council of Aqua Phoenix with specific reference to the current budget deficit, the status of the pension fund for council employees, and the underlying reasons for these deficits. With regard to Part A of the question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for the financial year 2024-2025, the Municipal Council of Aqua Phoenix submitted an estimated expenditure of 598.6 million rupees to the Ministry of Finance. The budget estimate was based on the following three financial components. Firstly, an expected internal revenue of 84.5 million rupees. Secondly, anticipated efficiency gain of 65 million rupees. And last, requested granting aid of 449 million rupees from the Ministry of Finance. While the full granting aid was approved by the Ministry of Finance, it is regrettable to note that the projected efficiency gain, as estimated by the Ministry, did not materialize. Furthermore, the actual internal revenue collected by the Council amounted to 75.7 million rupees, regarding a 7% decrease compared to the previous year. This shortfall is mainly due to the overestimated revenue forecast by the Ministry of Finance. Following the mid-term budget review conducted by my ministry, as it is for all local authorities, it was confirmed that total actual expenditure has now increased to 664 million rupees, representing an increase of 18% compared to the previous financial year. Consequently, a revised budget deficit now stands at 139.2 million rupees. The main factors contributing to this budget deficit include the payment of the 14 months salary as legally required, salary increase due to the implementation of revised wage relativity structure and national minimum wage policy. A general increase in the cost of goods and services due to inflation, and last, the unbudgeted recruitment of 63 additional workers in September-October 2024, comprising 17 general workers, 16 handy workers, and 30 refuse collectors. It is to be noted that while the Ministry of Finance granted clearance for these recruitments in December 2024, no additional financial support was provided. The Council was instructed to absorb the resulting expenditure through the anticipated efficiency gain, which, as stated, failed to materialize. Now, concerning Part B of the question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in addition to the budget deficit, the pension fund for the employees of the Municipal Council, administered by SICOM Limited, is also facing a significant deficit. In accordance with Section 5 of the Statutory Body Pension Fund Act, SICOM Limited carries out actuarial evaluation for the Council Pension Fund at intervals not exceeding 5 years. The latest valuation as of 31st December 2022 and submitted to the Council on 11 August 2023 identified a deficit of 348.3 million rupees. SICOM Limited has informed that the main reasons for this deficit in the pension fund are revised financial assumptions to better reflect anticipated economic and demographic trends. Second, lower investment returns than expected. Third, increase in salary and pension costs over the reviewed period. And fourth, the failure to implement earlier recommendations for timely cash injections into the fund has significantly contributed to the worsening of the deficit. To address the shortfall, the SECOM Limited has recommended the Council should increase the pension contribution rate to 24.05% and to undertake one of the following structured cash injection plan, either A, 5 annual installment of 81.6 million rupees, or 7 annual installment of 61.3 million rupees, or 10 annual installments of 46.2 million rupees. In alignment with these recommendations, the Council has effectively increased its contribution rate to 24.05% as from November 2023. Furthermore, a formal request was addressed to the Ministry of Finance on 12 October 2023, seeking the support for the necessary cash injection. Regrettably, no response has been received to date. Now, part 3 of the question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. This situation is not isolated to the Municipal Council of Bakwa Phoenix only. Similar pension fund deficit and financial constraints are being experienced across all the 12 municipal and district councils. These structural financial challenges are the direct result of poor planning and mismanagement by the previous government, which diverted significant national resources amounting to several billions of rupees to the Mauritius Investment Corporation, that is the MIC, while failing to allocate sufficient funds to local authorities and the statutory obligations. As a result, local authorities have been placed in a financial vulnerable position and are increasingly unable to fulfill their core mandate of delivering essential public services to the citizens.
Next question, again in the absence of Honourable Tanu, the question will be circulated as a written answer. So B, the Honourable Third Member for Mayon.
B509, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm informed that presently no contract has been awarded for renovation works at the Arilatu Stadium. However, the staff of the Mauritius Sport Council is actually undertaking minor works such as the fabrication of 3 metal gates. The Council is also considering upgrading of the fencing at the stadium, and some other works is going to take place at the next financial year.
Yes, Honourable Members, the table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. B511, B519, B516, and B524. So the next question, Honourable Fourth Member for Rodrigues.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, B510.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the Metro Express Limited that the light rail vehicles, LRV for short, have been designed as per international norms and standards with respect to onboard security and safety. All LRVs are fitted with anti-slip rubber flooring, which complies to the European standard DIN 51130, classifying anti-slip properties of floor coverings in wet conditions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am further informed that since the start of its operation, Metro Express Limited has not received any complaints, nor any incidents have been reported with respect to slipping on wet floors on board the LRVs. Nevertheless, as part of its daily safety and security protocols, several measures have been put in place by MEL to enhance the safety of passengers on board of the LRVs, such as regular announcements for passengers to be cautious when it's raining and to hold on to the handrail, and frequent mopping of all the LRVs at terminal station during rainfall. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in addition, any spillage on or wet floor condition on board the LRVs are properly cleaned and dried by the cleaning service provider, and regular cleaning is carried out throughout the operating hours as and when required to maintain the safe and secure environment for passengers.
Yes, one question.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I have myself witnessed a case where young women slipped on the wet floor last Wednesday. And I'd like to ask the Minister if he will consider to look at places where there is no shelter. It was raining last Wednesday, and there are places where no shelter. People get in with their wet umbrellas, so the floor was wet all through, and several persons slipped. I don't know if it's really non-skid, but people slipped, and one woman was injured and had to report to hospital.
Was it inside the train or outside?
Inside.
Because what I'm told here is it is anti-skid. So, but then, like I said, it was not reported. So the male people may not necessarily be aware of it. But I will ask them to look into it. Because what I have here, it is anti-skid according to European standard DIN 55130, which is not supposed to occur because it is rubber-based. So I'm a bit
You will look into the matter.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And at places where there's no shelter, like Place d'Armes, so people are waiting in the rain, so that
we'll look into it.
Thank you. The Honourable Third Member for Galway Pududo. No, sorry.
512.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the Road Development Authority that in the context of the construction of new roads, an exemption as provided in the sections 18 and 28 and Part B and Part C of the 5th Schedule of the Environment Protection Act 2002 is usually solicited as the project satisfies the two criteria set out under the Act, namely that the project is required in the national interest and for the economic development of Mauritius. Accordingly, the RDA proceeds as follows. A preliminary identification for environmental implications is carried out during the concept stage. B, during project development, the scope of works is sent to the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change for advice or request for exemption. C, if no EIA is required, an environmental protection management plan is still prepared by contractor at construction stage. D, if an EIA is required, the RDA applies for an exemption under the EPA. If so required, the EIA is prepared and submitted to the Director of Environment for the due process. E, the RDA seeks the necessary authorizations from the relevant authorities prior to implementation and complies with the list of conditions imposed. And F, management and monitoring plans are submitted to the Director of Environment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the RDA that from 2019 to 2024, it has implemented some 38 major road projects. According to the RDA, 30 projects did not warrant an EIA in line with the 5th Schedule of the Environment Protection Act 2002, and 8 projects were EIA exempted by the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change. These projects are, first, Cap Malere Bypass, second, construction of A1, A3 Link Road, third, reconstruction of Jumbo Phoenix Roundabout, fourth, construction of Verde Bypass, fifth, La Vigie, La Brasserie Beauchons Link Road, 6, A1, M1 Bridge, 7, flood mitigation measures at Anse-Joncé, and lastly, interchange construction and improvements along M3, A14 corridor at Eben. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, regarding the construction of the flyover on motorway M1 at La Vigie, which forms part of the broader La Vigie, La Brasserie Beauchons Link Road project, an EIA exempt undertaking was obtained from the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change on 10 July 2018. Following a new government policy aimed at replacing roundabouts on motorways by flyovers to improve traffic flow, the proposed roundabout at La Vigie was substituted with a flyover. According to the RDA, this modification in design did not necessitate a new EIA exemption, and the existing exempt undertaking was applicable. Nonetheless, an EIA report was prepared by the contractor and submitted to the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change only on 10 April 2025 for review. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change that in view of the fact that the construction of the flyover at La Vigie required clearing of part of a forest, an EIA was in fact required as stipulated under item 10, conversion of forest land to any other land use under the 6th schedule part B of the Environment Act 2024. Similar discrepancies have also been reported by the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change in respect of other projects such as construction of the Flic-en-Flac bypass. In view of the conflicting reports and the seriousness of the matter, I personally requested the RDA to unreservedly consult the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change prior to undertaking any major road project. Any exemption, if applicable, should be obtained prior to the commencement of works in line with the provisions of the law. On the other hand, if an EIA is warranted, the RDA shall do needful as directed by the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to reassure the House that under this government, our pursuit for a modern and state-of-the-art road infrastructure will not be at the cost of the environment. Thank you.
The next question, the Honourable Third Member for Mayback.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, B513, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Taxi Operators Welfare Fund was established on 11th June 2021 by an Act of Parliament following several requests made by the taxi operators for such a fund which could promote the advancement and welfare of taxi operators and their family, I am informed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part A of the question, I am further informed that as at date, out of the 7,249 taxi operators, 6,125 have already registered with the fund, and the amount collected stands at 47,551,000 rupees. I must point out that although the fund came into operation in June 2021, payment of contributions was made effective only as from March 2022. The expenses incurred as at date by the fund since its implementation amount to 6,238,000 rupees, 208.32 cents. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as to part B of the question, every holder of a taxi license, other than the holder of a taxi license who employs a full-time taxi driver to operate his taxi, his or her taxi, and a full-time driver shall, on commencement of this Act, be deemed to be registered with the fund as a taxi operator and make a monthly contribution of 300 rupees to the fund in accordance with Section 11 and Section 12 of the Taxi Operators Welfare Fund Act. According to Section 26 of the TOF, TWF, the Taxi Operator Welfare Fund Act, the NLTA shall not renew a public service license, service vehicle license, in case a taxi operator fails to pay the one-off entrance fee of 200 rupees or the annual contribution to the TOF, as the case may be. As regards part B of the question, I must point out that the proposal put forward by the Honourable Member may have various implications which need to be carefully examined. At this point in time, no amendment is being envisaged in this respect. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as to part C of the question, I am informed that a medical grant program has been designed to provide financial assistance for medical expenses. The taxi operator would need to have a valid public service license and present a medical certificate from a national hospital or a registered clinic certifying that the taxi operator will be unfit for duty for at least 2 weeks. In addition, the taxi operator would need to be compliant with the fund and should not have benefited from the same scheme within 5 years. Furthermore, I am informed that the taxi operator is eligible to a daily subsistence of 389 rupees, up to a limit of 12,075 rupees per month for a maximum of 3 months to cater for medical expenses. As at date, 74 taxi operators have benefited from the medical grant program to the tune of 1,793,409 rupees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, the Honourable Third Member for Grand-Bay-Puddlo.
514, please. Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed that there is no database or record being kept at the level of my ministry regarding workers who left or are leaving the country. Brain drain is usually driven by economic factors such as better job prospect, higher wages, and the desire for a better standard of living. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the world is now a global village, and with the ease of movement of people, there is a fierce competition for talents. So instead of brain drain, there is rather an exchange of skills across countries through both inward and outward migration. While Mauritians move abroad for better prospect, we are likewise benefiting from the services of skilled, professional, and unskilled foreign workers who are contributing to the development of the country. It should be acknowledged that the movement of workers can be beneficial through remittance of foreign currency and enhanced skills and global experience when the worker returns to the home country. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we have a duty to ensure that our citizens do find suitable, productive employment locally and do not feel compelled or pressurized to leave the country to fend for their families. In this perspective, it is important to have a concerted effort by all stakeholders, including the Ministry of Education and Human Resources, the Ministry of Tertiary Education, and my ministry. As far as my ministry is concerned, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the following measures are being implemented to promote employment in the country and retain local talents. First, reskilling and training programs for the unemployed in collaboration with educational and training institutions, as well as the business community, to facilitate the employment of youth, women, and to address the needs of the labor market. Secondly, the job preferences of unemployed youth are being assessed so that the necessary employability enhancement program may be offered to them to meet their aspiration. Thirdly, we are reviewing the legislations to ensure the best interests of workers and promote fairness and equal opportunities. And fourthly, we are working on the improvement of the salary structure and provisions of better working conditions.
Okay, next question, the Honourable Second Member for Grand-Bay-Puddlo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. B515.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I thank the Honourable Member for the question. I am informed by the Mauritius Post Limited that as at 30th of June 2024, accumulated losses stood at 1.5 billion rupees and pension deficit at almost 2.6 billion rupees. Moreover, the latest internal audit report has indicated that more than 60 post offices are making losses. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in regard to the measures being envisaged to redress its financial situation, the Ministry of Finance had, on the 3rd of March 2025, requested that Mauritius Post submits a turnaround plan. The said plan has been approved on April 21, 2025, and by the current Board of Directors of Mauritius Post. Same is now at discussion stage with the Ministry of Finance. Since the turnaround plan is under discussion, it would not be appropriate that I disclose the contents thereof. However, I can mention key pillars of the plan. It targets review of the business model, inter alia leveraging digital technology, generating new revenue streams for growth, a HR restructuring plan with fairness in posting at heart, and cost efficiency in operations. It should be noted that the MSM administration used posting of post office as a sword of Damocles on the heads of people. Otherwise, there would be punitive transfer, and same was executed in many cases. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I will now, with your permission, quickly give details of the factors that have contributed to the downfall of Mauritius Post Limited. Staff costs represent 83.29% of the total cost of Mauritius Post. And there has been, notwithstanding its financial loss since 2020, 236 additional recruitments made. And this was done without any business plan review, which implies that 25% workforce was added without even understanding whether the current workforce was adequate or not to deliver services. There is also severe competition, obviously, from other companies, and there has been an ascendance of emails over letters. But the Mauritius Post did not adapt itself to the disruption in the industry. Further, there have been malpractices that have accelerated the degeneration of the financial situation of Mauritius Post. A case in point is a loss of 600,000 rupees, a theft of 600,000 rupees by a subcontractor named ProGuard, and that money has not yet been recovered. And the same company, as mentioned, bags an abusive contract of 1.2 million rupees per month, for even when services aren't delivered. That was actually mentioned. So there have been abuses in terms of the tendering process and nugatory expenditure. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, while all this was happening, the ex-minister was still busy identifying new spots for new post offices to be established. Again, without an assessment of the current level of the number of post offices and the services. So this led to dissatisfaction of customers and employees. A full revamping of the situation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is therefore imperative, and I'm sure the new board, as appointed, will do needful. Thank you.
Thank you. You have one supplement? Yes.
Can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether proper tendering practices have been followed as per public sector procurement guidelines or those approved by the board with respect to telecommunication services that Mauritius Post Limited uses?
Thank you, Honourable Member, for the supplementary question. There have been cases where the practices are a little bit grey, in the sense that once a tender is approved, there have been changes even in the supplier, or there has been a split of the contract after allocation of the contract. And this has been done by the Finance Department. Therefore, the board, once appointed, they will look into this matter and actions will be taken where they need to be taken. Thank you.
With regard to B517, Honourable Jival is not in the House, so we'll have it as a written answer. Next question, the Honourable Second Member for Belrose.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. B518.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to the question on fencing and lighting facilities at therein Children's Playground, I wish to inform the House as follows. The existing chain-link fencing was dismantled in November 2024 due to severe rusting. The Municipal Council of Katbon has approved the replacement with a more secure fencing fence. Installation works, including new poles and repainting of the boundary wall, are already ongoing and are expected to be completed by the end of May or early next month, 2025. As for lighting, no prior provision had been made. However, following a formal request from my ministry, the Council is considering the installation of 2 lighting points after the approval at its next meeting. These lighting works are also planned to be completed by early June 2025. The total estimated cost for fencing, wall repainting, and lighting is approximately 160,000 rupees. My ministry is closely monitoring the project to ensure timely completion.
Yes, Honourable Ortiz.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. Would the Minister inform the House what immediate safety measures have been taken while fencing and lighting works are pending, and which contractor has been assigned to carry out these works? Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, to ensure children's safety during the fencing and lighting works, the Municipal Council Welfare Department conducts regular site inspection to maintain the safety and the cleanliness. And while the maintenance work are being carried out by the Council own in-house, and no external contractor has been appointed.
Last one.
Last one. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Would the Minister inform the House when was the therein children playground inaugurated, and why were lighting facilities not installed at that time to ensure the safety of the children using the space? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the therein children playground was inaugurated in 2016. And at that time, no lighting facilities were installed, and for 9 years, no action was taken to address this safety concern. This shows a lack of planning and attention to safety standards by the previous government. In contrast, my ministry has now formally requested the installation of lighting, and the Municipal Council is actively considering adding 2 lighting points to ensure the safety and security of the children and the family using the playground.
I'm sure that your council will look into it as a priority. The next question, Honourable Third Member for Popular Voices, Trione.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, B520.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will seek your indulgence and that of the House because the reply is rather lengthy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the European Union has, under its Global Climate Change Alliance Plus flagship initiative, entitled Supportive Climate Smart Agriculture, funded 2.4 million, approximately 120 million rupees for the period 2016-2020 to support climate smart agriculture in Mauritius. The projects aim at increasing the resilience of smallholders to climate change by improving the capacity towards developing and sustaining climate-smart agriculture practices. The project was broken down into 4 grant contract actions to be implemented by the different institutions, namely A, the University of Mauritius for the transformation of Belmar into a climate-smart agriculture village for climate resilience, food security, and poverty alleviation of its farmers. The project basically used a research approach to transform Belmar coastal area with high production of onion, tomato, and other cash crops on sandy soil into a climate-smart agriculture village with innovative techniques of irrigation to be adopted to address water shortage at the cost of 301,695 euros. B, the Mauritius Chamber of Agriculture for the transition towards agroecological climate-resilient food cropping systems in Mauritius, a research-based project which involved networking of vegetable growers, diagnosis of current cropping systems, innovation tracking, theoretical formalization of agroecological systems, implementation of redesigning systems, and assessment and knowledge dissemination at a cost of 310 euros. C, the Commission of Social Security, Rodrigues Regional Assembly, for the adaptation of smallholder farmers to climate change in Rodrigues with the setting up of integrated organic chili farm at Montagne du Sable and a lime and honey farm at Anse Ali at the cost of €1 million. The goals of this project in Rodrigues were inter alia to train 443 beneficiaries on sustainable agricultural and management practices under climate-smart agriculture guidelines, rehabilitate 10 hectares of land at Montagne du Sable and 3.25 hectares at Anse Ali through terracing, ploughing, and fencing. The project also involved the establishment of plant nurseries, pastures, agroforestry, and compost pads at the site, setting up rainwater harvesting structures, storage tanks and drip irrigation system, and purchased beehives, small ruminants, lime and chili plantlets for the beneficiaries. D, the irrigation project for improving resilience of smallholders to the effect of climate change with the adoption of new irrigation techniques in the driest part of the northern region of Mauritius at the cost of €565,870 euro. The project consists mainly of procurement of 4 double-cab vehicles for effective implementation of field activities, appointment of a consultant, expert in climate change, expertise in agriculture to implement the actions defined under the project. I was told that the services of the consultant were not enlisted as it was not needed. 3, implementation of resilience irrigation infrastructure on existing free drip irrigation project and sheltered farming, rain harvesting as a pilot project. 4, capacity building of the irrigation authority technician and smallholders covering climate change and its impact on agriculture, understanding weather patterns and the impact on farming, climate change adaptation strategies, and climate-smart agriculture practices, and advantages or disadvantages of swapping to sheltered farming. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question, the University of Mauritius has achieved the following. Over 300 planters have been sensitized about climate change and climate-smart agriculture practices through face-to-face training session, in-situ demonstration, and provisions of a simple, easy-to-understand booklet in Creole and English and video on the CSA practices, climate-smart agriculture. The project also developed a document entitled Creating an Enabling Environment for Climate-Smart Agriculture in Mauritius, which included a training booklet and a video on climate-smart agriculture for small vegetable growers. Now, if the above is implemented at national level, the enabling environment that would thus be created would contribute considerably in encouraging a large number of vegetable planters in the Republic of Mauritius to adopt climate-smart agriculture. Official figures on sales of pesticides and fertilizers to planters obtained from the Mauritius Agriculture and Marketing Cooperative Federation from the start of the project till its completion showed a steady reduction in the amount of fertilizers, ranging from decrease of 55 to 100% for different fertilizers and synthetic pesticides, ranging from 46 to 62% for the different products, and an increase by 247% in the amount of biofertilizer and bioproducts demanded by the planters from Belmar and neighboring areas as a direct result of the project. Of course, due to constant monitoring by the European Union also. Now, with regard to the project implemented by the Chamber of Agriculture, I'm informed that 7.5 million rupees of various equipment has been provided to producers to help them in this transition, and training and accompanying measures have been provided to 150 trainers with regard to the reduction in pesticide use. Successful networking of planters were created for various strategies to be adopted, such as mulching, beneficial plants, composting, sanitation, push-pull techniques, and equipment like shredders, insect nets, and weeders were tested on the monitored farm. Field visits and frequent meetings were organized to promote the exchange of experiences. The record books of the farmers help produce useful economic and technical references for sharing experiences. The economic performance of 29 vegetable growers, total and marketed yields, cost of seeds, pesticide, fertilizers, labor wages, fuel costs, and sale prices from marketing gardening systems with sustainable practices was evaluated. The main results was a 57 average reduction in total fungicide, herbicide, and insecticide input across 7 crops, with insecticides decreasing by 78% on cabbage and herbicide being reduced by 90% on pumpkin. Regarding the project implemented on the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, I'm informed that the following has been achieved. Infrastructure has been realized. Well, of course, I mean irrigation, which is quite stable, and the processing has been realized in 2022-2023, but some still has to be finalized as drip irrigation. Rain harvesting basins for irrigation have also been installed. Furthermore, various outcomes have been obtained. The production of honey and lime trees at Ans Ali, which started around December 2023. The production of vegetable and sheep started at Montagne du Sable in January 24. The training of beneficiaries in climate-smart agriculture practices have been completed. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in terms of output, substantial investment have been made in the realization of projects for 2 farms, where 43% from vulnerable households obtained training to produce and acquire income. The main infrastructure includes, amongst others, access road, fencing, rainwater, harvesting structures, storage tank, and some drip irrigation setup. Besides, goat pens have been constructed at Montagne du Sable and 30 beehives set up at Ans Ali, including processing equipment. The Rodrigues project has promoted several concrete examples of climate-smart agriculture practices. These include agroforestry for planting of trees as wind breaks, and the aim is to plant 2 hectares of trees to set up an agroforestry with farm over 2 hectares at Ans Ali and integrate lime cultivation with forest trees. Other practices include crop diversification, drip irrigation for water use efficiency and rainwater harvesting, together with composting of crop revenue and sheep dung for green manure. Mr. Deputy Speaker, regarding the project implemented by Irrigation Authority, which falls under the purview of the Minister of Agro-Industry, it was co-financed by the European Union, which contributed up to 80% of the funding, amounting to Euro 568,870. That is approximately 28 million, and the remaining 20%, that is approximately 7 million, by the government. I'm informed by the Irrigation Authority that except for component on sheltered farming, the other components were successfully implemented. The reason for same was due to a successful procurement exercise on 4 occasions, whereby on each occasion the price quoted by bidders was far above the cost estimate specified by EU in its contract, which could not be changed. This resulted in the board of the IE deciding that this component be shared, and this amount to 146,500 euros. That amount, of course, was not used. Furthermore, the EU recommended that no consultancy services be sought, given the unique experience of the IE and its technician. The consultancy was therefore done in-house, and the respective funds was reallocated for the purchase of equipment. After the completion of the project in September 2023, an amount of approximately 207,000 euro, which includes the amount mentioned earlier for sheltered farming component, and euro 60,500 from savings made on the other components were refunded to the EU on September 2024. Mr. Deputy Speaker, comprehensive impact assessment analysis was conducted by Irrigation Authority, which demonstrated that the EU-funded project yielded a multitude of significant benefits. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as part C of the question, I'm informed that the EU prepared an evaluation report after consultation with stakeholders. The main purpose of the evaluation is to present findings, conclusions, lessons learned, and recommendations of external and independent evaluation of the global climate change, plus as implemented. The evaluation report's main aim is to inform the government of Mauritius, the project implementing agencies, and the EU delegation in forthwith about our achievements, but also shortcomings from the project implemented. The IE has implemented a monitoring and evaluation framework as required by EU to assess the impact of this project. Mr. Deputy Speaker, since January, the Ministry is placing a high premium on stakeholder engagement. Feedback is actively being solicited and incorporated into impact assessment through regular meetings and consultation with planters and the cooperative society. This participatory approach ensures that the project accounts are aligned with the needs and priorities of planters. Furthermore, the Ministry is having consultation in the light of the next budget, and measures are being identified to tackle the concern of small planters to address the issue affecting the crop, sugar, livestock production in Mauritius.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your long and comprehensive answer. Let me remind you that you have another statement to make in a few minutes. Yes, time is over. The table has been advised that B 527, 526, and 460 has been withdrawn. Honourable Prime Minister.
Motion.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2, standing order 10.
Seconded. Question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of standing order 10. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statements by ministers.
Honourable Boulel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. With your permission, I wish to make a statement with regards to the Rosebel Sugar State. Rosebel Sugar State was set up in 1973 for an Act of Parliament following the acquisition of the state from Garthwaite and Oars for the sum of 18 million rupees. This institution has since been actively present in numerous sectors of the economy, namely sugar, food crops, livestock, and energy production. Rosebel Sugar State is today in a situation of financial distress, with all the leading indicators in the red. The last 10 years has seen Rosebel Sugar State evolve from a state with more than 6,100 ARPA under cultivation to approximately 1,200 ARPA in 2024. Other auxiliary clusters, such as crop and livestock, have become extinct. The revenue stream, including of cash flow, have grown into highly negative pools and thus creating indebtedness. The last decade has seen a palette of mismanagement, fraudulent practices, including defrauding of public funds. The Rosebel Sugar State Board has failed in its fiduciary duty to safeguard, preserve, and grow the assets of the company. Illegal and suspicious transactions are present in almost all segments of the business with low accountability. The state is currently generating more than 70 million rupees of annual loss, with an accumulated debt level estimated at 1.2 billion rupees. The operating cash flow is consistently negative and unsustainable when it comes to servicing its operating expenses, which stand at approximately 177 million rupees annually. The revenue streams have been on a downward trend with various inconsistencies and unjustified expenses. Rosebel Sugar Estate is in a dire financial posture and is today insolvent following a decade of fraudulent mismanagement coupled with irresponsible ventures and projects. The attributes of this overwhelming state of affairs can be summarized as follows. Sugar cultivation in 2014 was in excess of 4,500 ARPA, while in 2024, this extent was reduced to 1,200 ARPA. The rest of the land bank is today abundant and generates only 25 million rupees compared to more than 100 million rupees in 2014. Meanwhile, expenses have suspiciously increased from 44 million in 2014 to more than 180 million rupees in 2024. This is mostly attributable to increasing staff costs and bonuses at a time when operations and revenue were decreasing at an increasing rate. Staff costs today make up more than 80% of income generated. This is against good management practices and should have been flagged by auditors. Other expenses include inter alia, supplies and services, fertilizers and herbicide, where after a thorough audit, it appears that Rosebel Sugar Estate had been purchasing supplies for 3,000 acre ARPA when they were cultivating only 1,200 ARPA, illustrating clear defrauding of Rosebel Sugar Estate funds and mismanagement. Since 2018, there has been no proper accounts prepared in line with international financial reporting standards. This illustrates a clear breach of fiduciary duties from the previous Board of Directors and failure under Financial Reporting Act 2004 and Companies Act 2001, respectively. The insolvency of the state should have been flagged a while ago, as the current asset of the company clearly underscore its current liabilities, that is 169 million rupees assets versus 550 million of liabilities in 2024. Overdraft have been employed to service current liabilities and top 1.2 billion rupees in 2022. Assets have therefore been sold to avoid bankruptcy. Disposal of assets, inter alia, land, and other equipment have been made without proper framework or feasibility matrices. No benchmark or evaluation have been employed to dispose land under various projects such as Mauritius or joint venture, which crystallize huge losses to the state. For instance, 1/2 of land at Rosebel has been sold in 2023 at 13,000 rupees, whilst the benchmark of the regional cadastre stands at 25,000 rupees to 30,000 rupees per twice. This represents an opportunity cost of around 70% of the normal revenue curve. This again demonstrates deliberate frauding of the funds of Rosebel Sugar Estate. Related party transaction, that is, directors and other parties, have acquired various assets directly or indirectly through land reservation. This is against good governance. Commercial land leases have been conducted at an understated rate, approximately 80% discount to the market benchmark, and is today full of accumulated arrears. This represents around 97 million rupees of undermined income. No legal action has been initiated against the usual suspect. Suspicions of officers of Rosebel Sugar Estate and tenants acting in concert are factual. Tenants such as Vieux-Moulin and Plaisance Mall are in arrears by more than 15 million rupees without any action. Sale of more than 1,000 ARPA and the Morselma and other projects have been conducted fraudulently. Salary increases have been effected without clear rationale and framework. Rosebel Sugar Estate has been operating without professional human capital, but rather with irresponsible and ill-minded management and board of directors. Debtors add up to around 75 million, with an average age of 4 years, while creditors amount to the tune of 58 million rupees. Rosebel Sugar Estate has lately engaged itself in numerous ventures with Gibraltar Group, which is a loss-making and has vested land to the latter at under par rates to the detriment of the state. They have even sold their head office, land and building to the same company at negligible prices. These ventures, together with relevant practices, have put Rosebel Sugar Estate in a minority position and eventually without any control of its prime land. An investigation is warranted here. The debt accumulated over the past 10 years are very likely to be classified as non-performing loan by State Bank Mauritius Limited, given the irregular service path. Their liabilities are close to being classified as stage-free default, implying imminent seizure proceedings. Again, we're exposed to an irresponsible board of directors. The same board of directors did not produce and validate any account for Rosebel Sugar Estate for at least 7 years. This shows bad faith and non-accountability to shareholders that is government made. Asset management practices, including but not limited to land, have been conducted without clear mandates, benchmark, ring fencing, and targets. This has facilitated corruption and destruction of value purposes. And the Morselma project, lotissement Rosebel 60 ARPA, clearly shows highly overstated costs of 350 million rupees versus 600 million rupees of expected income. This is also a succinct indication of cost majoration without adequate tender processes. The cost to income stands at more than 50%, totally out of normal Morselma infrastructure rates and other costs. This is highly suspicious and again welcome a full investigation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the above state of affairs demonstrate that Rosebel Sugar Estate is on the verge of an economic collapse, infested with mismanagement, practices, fraudulent acts, and ill-mindedness that led to defrauding of funds. The asset value of Rosebel Sugar Estate has fallen by more than 70% in the last 10 years, and set doubts on long-term sustainability of the growing concern. A proper forensic audit, together with account preparation, is warranted. And I propose to refer the forensic audit to the Financial Crime Commission. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in view of the scarcity of land available to government, Rosebel Sugar Estate is poised to be an important actor in the Ministry's food security strategy. The latter shall hence be called upon to embark on a replantation scheme to boost cane production, energy generation, and the cultivation of food crops. The Ministry is working on a turnaround strategic mandate 2025-2029 to ensure sustainability, efficiency, and accountability. A paper will be tabled by the end of May 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable members, Madam Speaker will take the chair.
Please be seated.
Motion.
Yes, Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. This Assembly resolves that the report of the Standing Orders Committee in regard to the amendments to Standing Order 2 and Standing Order 73 of the Standing Orders and Rules of the National Assembly, which was laid on the table of the National Assembly on the 6th of May 2025, be approved, and that the amendments contained therein come into operation forthwith.
The motion must be seconded. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Prime Minister. Yes, the question is that this Assembly resolves that the report of the Standing Orders Committee in regard to the amendments to Standing Order 2 and Standing Order 73 of the Standing Orders and Rules of the National Assembly, 1995, which was laid on the table of the National Assembly on 6 May 2025, be approved, and that the amendments contained therein come into operation forthwith. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Public bills, second reading.
Yes, Honourable Attorney General, welcome.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I move that the Constitution Amendment Bill number 10 of 2025 and the Criminal Code Amendment Bill number 11 of 2025 be read together a second time. Madam Speaker, the Constitution Amendment Bill fulfills the commitment given by the state before the United Nations Committee Against Torture, but above all, it upholds the democratic values which this government wants to restore, strengthen, and extend. The bill seeks to repeal Section 7, subsection 2 of the Constitution, which currently allows punishments found in laws that were in force in 1964, which punishments may now be considered inhuman or degrading to remain constitutionally valid. Madam Speaker, in its concluding observations on the fourth periodic report of Mauritius, the United Nations Committee Against Torture gave its concern at the lack of express provision in our law prohibiting torture in absolute terms. It recommended that no justification whatsoever should be allowed for acts of torture in accordance with Article 2, subsection 2 of the Convention Against Torture. It also drew attention to the need for other laws, including Section 245 of the Criminal Code, to align with this absolute ban. The committee further emphasized in its general comment, I'm trying to replace my friend Bhagwan here, that state parties are obliged to take legislative and administrative action to reinforce the prohibition against torture and to eliminate any legal obstacles to its eradication. Torture is the subject of a non-derogable prohibition. No state may invoke any circumstance, however exceptional, to justify it. At the fifth periodic review of Mauritius in April of this year, I therefore informed the committee on behalf of our government that Section 7, subsection 2 would be repealed. Today, Madam Speaker, barely a month later, we are giving effect to that promise. Yet another example of the commitment of this government to leave no stone unturned to reach our ultimate goals. Madam Speaker, Section 7 of the Constitution is made up of two provisions, and it bears necessity here to read them out in extenso. Subsection 1 reads, "No person shall be subjected to torture or to inhuman or degrading punishment or other such treatment." However, subsection 2, Madam Speaker, states that nothing contained in or done under the authority of any law shall be held to be inconsistent with this section to the extent that the law in question authorizes the infliction of any description of punishment that was lawful in Mauritius on the 11th of March 1964. Section 7, Section 2 thus creates a broad exception to the constitutional protection against inhuman treatment. It immunizes from challenge any law that was in place before independence, even if that law authorized punishments that are unacceptable by today's standards. Moreover, that same subsection 2 of Section 7 of the Constitution is often misunderstood as a transitional clause, but its effect is broader and more enduring. It allows such punishments to be reenacted through new laws, which will then remain immune from constitutional scrutiny as long as they mirror what existed prior to independence, 1964. For example, corporal punishments such as flogging or whipping, long abolished in Mauritius, were once lawful under colonial rule. In countries like the Bahamas, such punishments were repealed and later reintroduced without being struck down due to the existence of these quote-unquote saving clauses of similar nature. Madam Speaker, the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council has examined such saving clauses in several cases, such as Pindar in the Bahamas, where a similar clause allowed colonial punishments to be repealed and later reinstated, Watson in Jamaica, Philibert in Mauritius, where colonial laws were given immunity from constitutional scrutiny, and more recently Reyes in Belize, where by contrast the Belize Constitution made such law transitional for only 5 years post-independence. But even then, the Privy Council held that when there is no time limit set, the clause is not transitional, and its effects endure indefinitely. But these clauses, Madam Speaker, were only introduced with the intention of ensuring legal certainty and to secure an orderly transfer of power from colonial regimes to independent ones. They were not meant to hinder democratic progress of nations decades after independence. Madam Speaker, the court's task in fulfilling their role is to interpret the Constitution by ensuring that its construction adapts to changing times and that all local laws of the jurisdiction conform with the organic growth of the Constitution. This is the living tree doctrine, as described by the Privy Council in the very old case of Edwards and the Attorney General of Canada. In that case, women were not considered to be persons under the definition of a local act. However, the Privy Council stated that the term persons should be read broadly, and preventing women to become members of the Senate in Canada was, and I quote, a relic of days more barbarous than ours. For the Privy Council, and we agree fully with that proposition, a constitution should thus be capable of growth and expression within its natural limits. Madam Speaker, Section 7 Section 2 remains on our law books. The risk persists that one day Parliament could, not this one of course, but one day Parliament could reintroduce archaic punishments, and that such laws then be shielded from constitutional challenge. We cannot, as a responsible government, allow that. This approach would prevent the interpretation of torture or inhuman or degrading punishment to ever evolve, similar to the definition of persons in Canada under the living tree doctrine. It would be a Damocles sword hanging over our legal order. This view was in fact adopted by the Privy Council recently in the case of Chandler, Trinidad and Tobago case of 2022. where it was again emphasized that the existing laws could not be held unconstitutional, but parliaments were nudged, to use a soft expression, by the Judicial Committee to repeal and amend such laws. Repealing Section 7, subsection 2 of the Constitution, therefore, Madam Speaker, is just not symbolic, it is necessary. I now turn to the Criminal Code Amendment Bill, which accompanies this constitutional reform. This bill revises two provisions, Section 245, which governs the use of force and the lawful authority, and Section 242, which excuses manslaughter upon discovering adultery. First, the repeal of Section 7, subsection 2 of the Constitution requires us to revise Section 245. Its existing language, therefore, no longer aligns with the updated constitutional standard. The new provision ensures that the use of force, including lethal force, remains legally justified, but only under defined conditions, which are A, the defense of persons or property, B, the lawful arrest or the prevention of an escape, C, the suppression of a riot, insurrection or mutiny, and D, the prevention of a criminal offense. This is consistent with international norms, with common law principles, and with the doctrine of proportionality, which is now implied in our Section 7, subsection 1, soon to become Section 7, simpliciter of our Constitution. In other words, even in these justified circumstances listed, A, B, C, and D, force must be used reasonably and cannot amount to inhuman or degraded treatment or torture. Madam Speaker, let us now turn to Section 242. Before I deal with it, let me read in French from the old Code Napoleon what that section says. Le meurtre commis par l'époux sur son conjoint ainsi que sur le complice à l'instant où il les surprend en flagrant délit d'adultère est excusable. You will have noted that the excuse would only apply to the male and not to the female. That provision, as I said, inherited from Article 324 of the old French Penal Code, provides that manslaughter committed by a person upon catching his spouse in the act of adultery is excusable. In effect, and as per French jurisprudence, only a man convicted under these circumstances will get a reduced sentence. France repealed that section in 1975. 50 years on, we are still at it here and having to debate this in Parliament. But hopefully, this will be a thing of the past in a couple of hours. Although Section 242 of the Criminal Code has not been applied in a Mauritian court, it remains on our books and it remains the law of our land. And that in itself presents a legal and a constitutional risk. It offers a blanket excuse for killing based solely on emotional provocation. This excuse lacks any consideration of proportionality, intent, or judicial discretion. And that is problematic for at least three reasons. First, Madam Speaker, it is incompatible with our Constitution. Let us not forget Section 3 guarantees individual rights. Section 16 prohibits discrimination. Section 242, in contrast, is at its core rooted in unequal treatment, where only male violent reaction is deemed excusable. No such provision exists to excuse a woman who would find herself in similar circumstances and kill her spouse. Secondly, it contradicts the general framework of our criminal law, where the notion of provocation is already recognized and considered on a case-to-case basis by our judges and magistrates every day in court. Section 242, therefore, imposes a redundant and rigid rule that bypasses judicial assessment and discretion. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, it is socially harmful. How can anyone look at our younger generations of this country and tell them that in our law there is a provision that could excuse feminicide? What message would we be sending to the country where domestic violence has been left unchecked for years? International bodies have echoed this, Madam Speaker. The United Nations Committee Against Torture in 2017, the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women in 2018, have both urged a repeal of this section, but nothing was done by the previous government. Madam Speaker, I must stress that today's reform is not being carried out merely to satisfy external recommendations. It is being done because the provision is out of place in our legal system and constitutional principles. Repealing Section 242 simply removes an aberration that should never have been preserved. Madam Speaker, these two bills remove provisions that no longer belong in our constitutional order. They reflect our responsibility to update the law, not only and merely to preserve its letter, but to uphold its spirit. There are, of course, more sections of the law, including some in the criminal code, that must also be reviewed in the same spirit. For instance, we are presently working on a bill to update and refine our legal arsenal on sexual offences and to better fulfill not only our international commitments, but also our moral obligations to the women, girls, and boys of this country. For today is but one step of many more to come, steps which will include the giant strides that the forthcoming Constitutional Review Commission is expected to make. And step by step, slowly but surely like this, Madam Speaker, we will cross our government's bridge to the future. I commend both bills to the House.
Yes, motion is seconded. Yes, Dr. Boulel. Maybe we can carry on with the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for the moment. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've listened with great care the intervention of the Attorney General. And at the very outset, Madam Speaker, I wish to show support to the Attorney General and the government for repealing, first, Section 7, subsection 2 from our Constitution, and repealing Section 242 from our Criminal Code. Madam Speaker, Mauritius is a state party to the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, which we have acceded to on the 9th of December 1992. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we are also a state party to the optional protocol to the CAT, which was acceded on the 15th of June, on the 21st of June, 2005. This means, Madam Speaker, that Mauritius is committed to preventing torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, both domestically and internationally. Madam Speaker, as the House is aware, the National Preventive Mechanism Division was set up under the National Human Rights Commission in 2014, and since June 2015, the National Preventive Mechanism division investigates complaints which are made by a detainee, and where the detainee so requests, investigate the complaint privately. Madam Speaker, torture under any circumstance is a despicable act and should not be tolerated in modern Mauritius. Moreover, it was high time, Madam Speaker, to settle the debate on manslaughter committed as a result of a spouse caught in the act of adultery. Madam Speaker, I also support modifications being brought to Section 245 of the Criminal Code, where it was stipulated that there is neither crime nor misdemeanor where homicide, wounds, or blows are ordered by law and commanded by lawful authority. This new Section 245, Madam Speaker, now stipulates the following: that there is neither crime nor misdemeanor where homicide is or wounds or blows are committed as a result of the use to such extent and in such circumstances as are permitted by law of such force as is reasonably justifiable, A, for the defense of any person from violence or for the defense of property, B, in order to effect a lawful arrest or to prevent the escape of a person lawfully detained, C, for the purpose of suppressing a riot, insurrection, or mutiny, or D, in order to prevent the commission by that person of a criminal offense, or if he dies as a result of a lawful act of war. Madam Speaker, despite the repeals being done today, there remain for me some gray areas. For instance, Section 78 of the Criminal Code, which criminalizes the offense of torture by public official, provides for a penalty of imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years and to a fine not exceeding 150,000 rupees. Hence, this is clearly, I believe, not consistent with Article 4.2 of the Convention in relation to the gravity of the offense. Madam Speaker, the second one is with regard to the absence of any provisions in our legislations prohibiting the use of any evidence obtained by torture and other cruel, inhuman, degrading treatment in accordance with Article 15 of the Convention. So as long as there is no such prohibition of the use of evidence obtained by such treatments, the courts will admit such evidence secured by the police and adverse to a suspect's case. Madam Speaker, there are also, I believe, some practical and other challenges. First, a lack of awareness of the prohibition of torture and the contents of the Convention, even though it has been acceded to. There is also the perception that investigating authorities continue to look for confessions by any means to resolve a criminal investigation, and see the lack or scarcity of other means to solve criminal cases, such as use of scientific and technological means, and lastly, the reluctance to report cases. Now, I mentioned that earlier, Madam Speaker. I do not find any necessity to introduce the term lawful act of war in our criminal code, especially at a time where we should be condemning all acts of war around the world. It is to be stressed that we are a peaceful country and should remain so, and there should not be any justification such as an act of war that should be qualified as lawful, I believe, in our criminal code. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, I can understand that the relevant authorities should be allowed to act if there is a riot, an insurrection, or a mutiny in our country. And, Madam Speaker, not only as the leader of the opposition, but also as a citizen of this country and a patriot, I do not wish to see, I make reference to that, another episode of February 1999 happening again in our country. However, Madam Speaker, should this subsection C have existed back then, for example, would the death of Berger Agat have been justified? Obviously, I'm not a legal person, but I hope the Attorney General provides some clarity on this aspect of the bill. Now, coming to subsection B, I do have some concerns, Madam Speaker, with this part of the bill. Firstly, may I ask, what is a lawful arrest nowadays? Is it an arrest based on probable cause or one based on reasonable suspicion? What kind of arrest would justify the use of force that might lead to a homicide that by virtue of this subsection may not be considered as a crime? Would it not have been more explicit and unambiguous to define the use of force as necessary, proportionate, and reasonable in all circumstances? That is, no more than is necessary, or in other terms, no excessive force. Madam Speaker, we have seen a series of arrests by relevant authorities since the beginning of the mandate of this new government. And by we, I mean, let me finish. And by we, I mean the people. Are we entitled to know where we are going with this kind of addition to our criminal code? Should we as a population be worried, or is this leading us to a situation where we operate where law and justice prevails? What do we do, Madam Speaker, for example, when a detainee or a prisoner escapes? Does this mean this person deserves to die and justifiable under the eyes of the law? And Madam Speaker, you as a legal person, you must know, self-defense is already in our law. Madam Speaker, it is in section 246 of the Criminal Code. But what about defense of property? Are we talking about trespass? So many questions, Madam Speaker, that I believe the Attorney General will clarify in due course. Madam Speaker, I believe that if the government wishes to bring improvements to the present laws, fair enough. I will give my support where the interest of the people lies. However, let us not create loopholes for abuse. Ces amendements, Madame la Présidente, découlent du rapport, comme ça a été dit, de la Commission contre la torture des Nations Unies qui date de 2017. Et oui, j'accepte peut-être qu'il fallait se pencher dessus depuis des années, mais cela ne veut pas dire que le régime précédent ne l'a pas considéré. Quand on parle du code criminel et de la constitution d'un pays, il ne faut pas procéder au coup par coup dans ce genre de situation. Ce même rapport, Madame la Présidente, évoque aussi le Police and Criminal Evidence Bill, un projet de loi qui a été longtemps évoqué, mais qui attend toujours de voir le jour. À mon humble avis, Madame la Présidente, les amendements du jour viennent certes condamner encore plus des cas de torture, mais viennent aussi exonérer l'État dans des cas spécifiques. Where do we draw the line, Madam Speaker, as a sovereign nation? Le rapport parle aussi de beaucoup de manquements dans les enquêtes de la police, par exemple comme celle concernant le décès de M. Ramdoula Ramlagan, décédé en détention policière le 12 janvier 2006. Madam Speaker, I believe, in line with the recommendations of the United Nations, we are taking a firm stand against torture through our Constitution and by replacing Section 242 of the Criminal Code. And at the same time, I believe that we are also tolerating violence in specific cases which might, as I said earlier, create loopholes for any future abuse by the authorities. And I would ask and request government to tread, let's say, with caution by defining the various categories of force, whether physical, restraining equipment, firearms, police, dogs, etc., but more importantly, Madam Speaker, by setting the limits of the use of force. Madame la Présidente, nous avons aussi remarqué une dégradation inquiétante de la situation de law and order dans le pays depuis le début de l'année. Le gouvernement et surtout la police doit réagir afin de calmer la situation, mais pourvu qu'il n'y ait pas d'abus. Now, for example, Madam Speaker, to reduce to a minimum the risk of abuse by the authorities during any operation, maybe we should consider the introduction of body cameras for our police officers. This way, Madam Speaker, any arrest, any drug seizure for that matter, is filmed, recorded, and government, I believe, should amend the law so that those images can be used as evidence in court. This way, Madam Speaker, it will be clear in the eyes of the law if there has been unjustified violence or not. We are, Madam Speaker, a peaceful country, and we should leave no stone unturned in our quest to eradicate completely any suspicion of acts of torture on our territory. I'm done, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I propose we break for half an hour. Thank you.
Thank you.
members, you may be seated. Yes, I now call on Mr. Lubin for his speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to give my full and unequivocal support to these two bills, the Constitution Amendment Bill number 10 of 25 and the Criminal Code Amendment Bill number 11 of 2025. I fully adhere to the delivery of the Honourable Attorney General with regards to these two bills, but I deplore the banality with which the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has intervened during the debate, completely out of context. He couldn't understand the purpose of those very two crucial amendments that are being brought to our laws, especially to our Constitution. And this is something that is unbecoming from a leader of the opposition concerning such an important piece of legislation that would bring some clarity to our position as a modern society, as a modern country, whereby, once again, another milestone to restore our dignity, our democracy, and our constitutional values. Madam Speaker, way back in 2017, as rightly pointed out by the Honourable Attorney General, the United Nations Committee Against Torture issued clear and forceful recommendations to Mauritius, way back in 2017, 8 years back, Madam Speaker. But the previous government, unfortunately, they couldn't even solicit debates with regard to what was the recommendation of this committee. What this committee said, Madam Speaker, they urged Mauritius to repeal Section 242 of the Criminal Code, which excuses manslaughter when a spouse is killed upon being caught in adultery. The committee urged Mauritius to repeal Section 7, subsection 2 of the Constitution, which undermines the absolute prohibition of inhuman or degrading punishment by preserving laws from 1964, Madam Speaker. And I quote paragraph 42 of those recommendations. The state party, that is Mauritius, should abrogate Section 242 of its penal code and ensure that the Constitution provides for the absolute prohibition of torture or cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. The previous regime failed to address all these issues, Madam Speaker. And today, we've got a government, together with the way that the Honourable Attorney General is handling affairs with regards to those very important amendments that are being brought. Each and every 2-3 weeks, important amendments are being brought to consolidate our Constitution, our democracy, and we are awaiting further major amendments through the establishment of the Constitutional Review Commission, whereby each and every citizen would be able also to give their views on those various legislation, pre-colonial legislation that we need to amend, and also to revamp our Constitution after 57 years, Madam Speaker. So, I would qualify, Madam Speaker, Section 242 as a colonial era excuse for gender-based violence. This is the gist of what the Honourable Leader of Opposition has missed to point out. As a patriot, he could have, as the Leader of the Opposition, have a point of view with regards to Section 242, which talks about gender-based violence, Madam Speaker. Section 242, Madam Speaker, belongs to another era. It allowed men to kill their wives or their wives' lovers and then plead passion. It created a legal shield for violence, particularly violence against women under the narrative of betrayal. But this defense has no place in a modern legal system, Madam Speaker. And I would not repeat what the Honourable Attorney General has said, but I would just, for the sake of clarity and for the sake of the record, state the position of our judiciary, the Supreme Court, with regard to those particular sections. Madam Speaker, our courts have already begun shifting away from the logic of Section 242. In recent years, judgments have signaled out that the passion or jealousy can no longer excuse or mitigate violent killing. I would state a few and quote a few case laws, Madam Speaker, for the sake of this August Assembly and for the sake of completeness to know how these things are being treated by our judiciary and what are the narratives that now we have to move on with these new legislations coming in. In the case of State against Taku Dial, Madam Speaker, it's a 2017 Supreme Court judgment case. The court accepted the manslaughter plea after a man killed his wife over suspected infidelity. But significantly, the court weighed not only emotion, but also the calculated and prolonged nature of the act, hinting at the limits of provocation. And again, in a 2018 case of Sigulam, Madam Speaker, the killer claimed rage after witnessing his wife with another man. But the court's reasoning focused on the deliberate disposal of the body and the accused's conduct after the fact. Then, the year after, there has been a shift in the tone and principle being adopted by the Supreme Court in Mauritius. In the case of Prayag Singh Bhushan, Madam Speaker, it's a 2019 case, Supreme Court judgment of 74, the court stated plainly, I quote, "Neither anger nor jealousy reduces the blameworthiness of a crime. In a democratic society, violence is not a means of resolving emotional conflict." This is a shift to what the law itself was stating. And this was reaffirmed in the case of Nelia. It's a 2021 Supreme Court judgment case 282, Madam Speaker, where the court stated again, I quote, "Such violence cannot be further tolerated in our society." And again, in a 2021 case of Vishnu Bangari, and confirmed in the case of Jenisen Ramen, very recently, a 2024 case, Supreme Court judgment, where the judiciary dismissed emotional provocation as a defense, even in the face of remorse or psychological stress. So, the shift is clear, and today in Parliament, all of us are unanimous to salute the actions of government and the Honourable Attorney General to bring these two amendments. But again, this famous Section 7, subsection 2 of our Constitution, it's a constitutional contradiction with regards to the values of a democratic society. I am of the opinion that the legality and the morality of this particular section of our Constitution is untenable. And again, I salute, I congratulate the government and the Honourable Attorney General to bring this amendment. And this protects human dignity, in fact, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Attorney General referred to France. Yes, France repealed its crime of passions defense in 1975 by abolishing Article 324 of the Penal Code. And that was followed also by Italy in 1981, repealing its Article 587, which had allowed reduced sentences for adultery-based killings. Other countries also, Madam Speaker, Portugal has done so with abolishing its Article 133 of its Penal Code. Brazil, Madam Speaker, in 1991. The UK, Madam Speaker, under the Coroners and Justice Act 2009, created a new partial defense of loss of control, but explicitly excluded sexual infidelity as a qualifying trigger. New Zealand also, these are Commonwealth countries, Madam Speaker, abolished the provocation defense altogether in 2009. And in Australia, Madam Speaker, every state has now repealed or severely restricted the provocation defense, with South Australia completing the process in 2020. So, better late than never. It should have been done in 2017, 2018, but we are in 2025 with a new government mandated by the people of Mauritius, and we fully support this bill. And Madam Speaker, when we talk about this famous Section 242, we cannot speak of that section without acknowledging that it has overwhelmingly shielded men who kill women. Again, vividly described by the Honourable Attorney General. It has allowed rage to masquerade as honour and permitted our courts against their better instincts to reduce murder to manslaughter in the name of passion. By repealing Section 242, we say, Madam Speaker, in this very august assembly, a woman's life is not worth less because she is unfaithful. Adultery is not a provocation to violence, and no one has a legal right to kill in the name of wounded pride. This reform, these two amendment bills, Madam Speaker, strengthen our commitment under CEDAW and the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development to eliminate all forms of gender-based violence. Madam Speaker, this bill does not just update our law. It upholds the dignity of every person, aligns our statutes with our Constitution, respects international obligations, and ends the legal fiction that some killings are excusable because they are emotional. It reflects also what our courts have already begun to do with those latest judgments. And today in Parliament, we shall be making history again because we shall choose justice over tradition and dignity over vengeance. I fully support this bill. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you. Honourable Minister of Gender, it's your turn.
Madame la Présidente, merci de me donner la parole ce soir sur ce débat autour, d'une part, les deux amendements qui sont apportés au Criminal Code, notamment les sections 242 et 245, et à celui qui est porté à la Constitution de Maurice avec l'abrogation de la section 7.2 liée à la torture, auquel j'adhère totalement. Depuis 6 mois, ce gouvernement a réussi à placer notre pays à l'aube d'une ère nouvelle. Et je voudrais ici rendre hommage à mon collègue, l'Attorney General, d'être venu aussi rapidement avec ces amendements, tant au niveau de la Constitution de Maurice qu'au niveau du Code pénal, qui, j'en suis certaine, feront date dans l'histoire de la justice mauricienne. Je vais d'abord aborder l'article 242 du Code pénal et ensuite l'amendement proposé à la Constitution. Pendant trop longtemps, Madame la Présidente, l'article 242 du Code pénal a servi à justifier une injustice profonde, légitimement sous le vernis des vieilles traditions, des actes de violence qui ne sont rien d'autre que le reflet d'un déséquilibre entre l'honneur masculin et le droit inaliénable des femmes à la sécurité. Aujourd'hui, les femmes de ce pays vivent un moment historique, car avec l'abrogation de la section 242 du Code pénal, nous tournons résolument la page de toute forme d'injustice envers les femmes. Dans sa logique historique, la section 242 du Code pénal justifie les féminicides en offrant une excuse légale à un mari tuant sa femme en flagrant délit d'adultère, alors que le contraire ne s'applique pas. Or, la loi doit être un rempart inébranlable contre la violence, une voix forte qui met fin à l'impunité et une réponse à celles qui ont trop longtemps été réduites au silence. L'abrogation de la section 2.4.2 du Code pénal veut dire que tout cas d'homicide, de blessure et de coups infligés par un mari ou un conjoint en cas d'adultère ne sera plus considéré comme excusable. En effet, servir l'adultère comme une justification ou comme une excuse pour violenter ou tuer une personne n'a plus sa place dans la société dans laquelle nous vivons aujourd'hui. Dans de nombreux cas, nous avons tous été témoins du degré de violence ignoble, voire odieux, utilisé contre les femmes. Des fois, Madame la Présidente, la violence est utilisée rien que sur des soupçons d'infidélité pour commettre des crimes infâmes. Avec l'abrogation de la section 2.4.2, nous mettons fin à un système patriarcal de notre société qui a trop duré. L'histoire nous rappelle combien ces conceptions ont été ancrées dans certaines sociétés. William Blackstone, juriste britannique, définissait les femmes comme les chattels de leur mari, des possessions, des biens privés dénués de statut juridique ou d'autonomie. Il y avait the doctrine of irrevocable consent upon marriage, as stated by Sir Matthew Hale, where, in his opinion, a husband does not require consent from his spouse for sexual intercourse, as the latter is an essential part of the marriage. Blackstone shared the same opinion when he developed the unity theory. Cette croyance, Madame la Présidente, a justifié des siècles d'injustice et de violence sous prétexte de droit conjugal. Si cette conception archaïque a été renversée en 1980 aux États-Unis par une décision de la Cour suprême dans l'affaire Trammell contre the United States, affirmant enfin que les femmes sont des entités juridiques indépendantes, nous devons toutefois regretter que la criminalisation du viol conjugal demeure encore aujourd'hui en suspens dans tant de pays, y compris le nôtre, chez nous. Il est inadmissible qu'une femme puisse être contrainte sous prétexte du mariage, que l'union légale puisse être invoquée pour priver une personne de son consentement et de son intégrité. Nous avons le devoir absolu de mettre fin à cette ambiguïté juridique et de reconnaître que toute forme de violence, y compris dans le cadre du mariage, doit être sanctionnée sans exception. Marital rape, Madam Speaker, is an issue that has to be dealt with at a later stage, probably in the domestic abuse bill currently under preparation. Mauritius, too, will have to mark the death sentence of the marital rape exception. And I am happy that the Attorney General announces a sexual offences bill which will be presented in Parliament. This bill will encompass, I'm sure, sexual abuse on women and minors altogether. Madame la Présidente, la démarche de ce gouvernement n'est pas un acte isolé, mais une pierre angulaire d'une politique globale visant à rétablir l'égalité réelle et à offrir à chaque être humain, et surtout aux femmes, la protection qu'elles méritent. Mais cette réforme, aussi fondamentale soit-elle, ne suffit pas à elle seule à transformer les mentalités qui trop souvent continuent de perpétuer la domination masculine dans notre société. Cette avancée législative s'inscrit dans la logique de nos engagements internationaux et régionaux. La Convention sur l'élimination de toutes les formes de discrimination à l'égard des femmes, CEDAW, nous exhorte depuis longtemps à supprimer ces justifications archaïques qui ne sont rien de moins qu'un affront à l'égalité et aux droits fondamentaux des femmes. Nous sommes aussi signataires du Maputo Protocol de 1995, qui lui aussi exhorte les États membres à adopter les mesures nécessaires pour prévenir et éradiquer la violence à l'égard des femmes. Nous devons donc d'éliminer toutes les formes de discrimination à l'encontre des femmes. Grâce à ce gouvernement, nous sommes donc entrés dans la modernité au même titre que des pays tels que l'Australie, le Canada et le Royaume-Uni, qui eux aussi ont amendé leurs lois pour rendre justice aux femmes. Avec la présentation de ces amendements, désormais, un mari ou conjoint qui tue sa femme ou sa conjointe va devoir répondre de ses actes devant la justice. Madame la Présidente, nous portons aujourd'hui une responsabilité immense, celle de ne pas céder aux demi-mesures, ni nous satisfaire de simples ajustements. Nous répondons aujourd'hui à cet appel avec détermination et avec des amendements qui reflètent notre volonté de progresser vers une justice véritablement équitable. Nous devons aller plus loin, réformer, éduquer et garantir que chaque citoyenne et chaque citoyen de ce pays puisse jouir de la pleine protection de la loi, indépendamment de son genre, de son statut ou de son histoire. La confiance de la population nous impose une exigence absolue d'action. Avec les amendements que nous propose l'Attorney General et l'arrivée bientôt du Domestic Abuse Bill, fini le temps où certains identifiaient leurs épouses comme leur possession, leur bien, leur propriété, plutôt que comme des êtres humains indépendants. Madame la Présidente, dans cette même lignée, l'abrogation de la section 7.2 de la Constitution était nécessaire parce que Maurice a ratifié les 7 traités fondamentaux des droits humains des Nations Unies et 5 optional protocoles liés à ces traités, y compris la Convention contre la torture. En supprimant l'article 7.2 de notre Constitution, cette action redéfinit clairement notre espace juridique. Elle proclame que toute loi autorisant des peines susceptibles d'impliquer torture ou traitement inhumain est incompatible avec nos valeurs fondamentales. Concrètement, ce changement renforce la protection des droits fondamentaux et crée un rempart juridique contre toute pratique contraire aux droits humains. Plus jamais un individu ne pourra voir sa dignité bafouée sous prétexte de sécurité ou de répression, même dans les cas les plus graves. Ce changement améliore le contrôle et la responsabilité de nos institutions. En effet, Madame la Présidente, même si la création de la Commission indépendante des plaintes contre la police a été saluée par les experts des Nations Unies, il est à constater cependant que les enquêtes diligentées par cette instance montrent que trop souvent, les plaintes relatives à ces violences ne débouchent pas sur une action judiciaire ferme, laissant les victimes livrées à leur désarroi. Ce problème est tout aussi grave lorsqu'il s'agit de cas de trafic humain, dénoncés par des ONG et touchant principalement des femmes et des enfants vulnérables. Ces situations alarmantes soulignent la nécessité cruciale d'un cadre juridique qui garantisse en toutes circonstances que la dignité humaine ne soit jamais compromise. En imposant une norme constitutionnelle claire face à la torture et en redéfinissant la section 245 du Code pénal, nous dotons les organes de contrôle et les enquêtes indépendantes, telles que l'IPCC, d'un cadre juridique solide pour agir efficacement contre les abus. Cela permettra de restaurer la confiance des citoyens mauriciens dans notre système judiciaire. et de positionner Maurice à la pointe des standards internationaux. Au niveau régional et international, notre engagement fera de Maurice un exemple en matière de respect des droits humains. Le ministère de l'égalité des genres et du bien-être familial travaille chaque jour pour protéger les plus vulnérables et garantir que la justice ne serve jamais de prétexte à des abus. En adoptant ces réformes, nous faisons le choix déterminant d'une législation qui, même en cas de détention, place le respect des droits de chacun au-dessus de toute considération. On ne peut pas tuer la vérité, Madame la Présidente. On ne peut pas tuer la justice. On ne peut pas tuer ce pourquoi nous nous battons. En nous engageant pour ces amendements, nous affirmons notre combat pour la justice, la dignité et le respect de chaque citoyenne et citoyen et l'opportunité historique de corriger des dérives. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Merci, Madame la Ministre.
Madame Speaker,
DPM.
Madame Speaker, je tiens à commencer un court discours en cette occasion, mais je tiens à commencer ce discours en criant, pas en disant, mais en criant mon indignation. À un moment où nous amendons la loi suprême du pays, notre Constitution, pour faire des choses admirables. Le leader de l'opposition fait son discours. Ils sont deux assis là-bas dans l'opposition. Deux. Au moment où le leader de l'opposition fait son discours, l'autre n'est même pas présent. Et ce même leader de l'opposition, aussitôt son discours terminé, il nous tourne le dos. Il s'en va. Après avoir dit qu'il n'est pas en faveur du projet de loi, un projet de loi qui nécessite 3/4 pour amender la Constitution. Monsieur, ça ne me concerne pas. Il a fini de se faire voir sur la télévision, il s'en va. C'est pourquoi je crie mon indignation. C'est choquant de voir ce qu'il reste comme opposition se comporter de cette façon en une occasion pareille. Ceci dit, je ne serai pas long, puisque l'Attorney General est parmi nous. Bravo, et bravo pour le discours qu'il a prononcé en notre nom à tous. Je ne vais donc pas me répéter. Mais aujourd'hui, c'est quand même le jour où nous amendons notre Constitution pour mettre dans notre Constitution l'absolute prohibition of torture. C'est un grand jour. C'est un jour qui s'est trop fait attendre, mais c'est un grand jour. C'est aussi le jour où, excusez-moi Madame la Présidente, Madame Speaker, c'est aussi le jour où manslaughter committed by any person on his spouse as well as on his partner at the very moment he finds them in the act of adultery will no more be an excusable offense. C'est un grand jour pour ces deux raisons-là. Et je félicite ma collègue, la ministre de la Famille, des droits de la femme, pour le discours qu'elle vient de prononcer. Deux grands moments. Deux grands moments où tous ceux qui sont ici sont fiers de participer. Et nous savons qu'à l'horizon, l'Attorney General l'a annoncé, nous savons qu'à l'horizon, il se profile un New Sexual Offense and Hate Crimes Bill. Et nous trouverons, le plus tôt possible, nous l'espérons tous, nous trouverons dans ce New Sexual Offenses and Hate Crimes Bill un nouveau délit, le marital rape, qui est, nous devons le reconnaître, qui n'est pas quelque chose d'accepté par tous, parce que les préjugés sont difficiles à vaincre, mais viennent le plus rapidement possible ce jour-là. Et je n'ai pas de doute quant à moi que l'Attorney General que nous avons sera aussi, dans ce texte de loi à venir, apporter une nouvelle définition, parce que la définition de rape, marital rape is one thing, la définition de rape qui est dans notre loi est complètement dépassée. Il faudra, nous le ferons tous ensemble, under the guidance de l'Attorney General, nous aurons une nouvelle définition du rape. Ces jours aussi, comme nous le savons tous et surtout vous-même, ces jours aussi, parce que tous les jours, il y a des débats dans la presse spécialisée, sur la définition actuelle, ce qui devrait être la définition actuelle du rape. Donc je dis ces quelques mots pour saluer ma collègue, la ministre de la Famille et des droits de la femme, mais surtout en ce jour tellement important, en notre nom à tous, pour remercier et féliciter l'Attorney General pour le service immense qu'il rend à son pays en cette occasion. Merci, Madame la Speaker.
Merci. Yes, Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the two bills we are presenting today, one for amending the Constitution and the other one to amend the Criminal Code, aim at removing exceptions to provisions in our legislations which allow torture. The Criminal Code is also amended in respect of an injustice in our law, recording the so-called excusable homicide committed by man on his spouse. I will address the House in the first instance on the amendments relating to Chapter 2 of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, I will not repeat what the Attorney General and the Deputy Prime Minister and the other Minister for Gender has just said so eloquently. These amendments are in line with our government program, which provided for amendments to be made to Chapter 2 of the Constitution to better protect our fundamental rights. As the Attorney General has pointed out, Section 7.1, I want to repeat it because it's important. Section 7.1 provides of our Constitution that no person shall be subjected to torture or to inhuman or degrading punishment or other such treatments. However, the same section, Section 2, Section 7, subsection 2, on protection from human treatment, authorizes the infliction of any description of punishment that was lawful in Mauritius on the 11th of March, 1964. By authorizing such punishment, this section, that is Section 7, subsection 2, opens the door to gross violation of human rights by an oppressive regime bent on defying universal principles regarding physical integrity and dignity. With these amendments we are proposing today, we are aligning our national legislation with the universal principles that enhance fundamental rights and fundamental freedom of individuals as laid down in our Constitution, Chapter 2 of our Constitution. The Constitution Amendment Bill proposes to repeal, therefore, Section 7, subsection 2 of the Constitution completely. It is important to recall that Section 7 appears under the heading Protection from Inhuman Treatment and forms part, as I said, of Chapter 2 of our Constitution. It is entitled Protection of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms of the Individual. Chapter 2, Madam Speaker, is at the heart, the very heart of our democracy. In the government program, we have made clear our intention to strengthen and further extend these fundamental rights. The repeal of Section 7, subsection 2 is one step in the wider process. While Section 7.1 bans torture and other inhuman and degrading treatment, Section 7.2 allows for exceptions to this rule. As the law stands, if that punishment was legal in March 1964, then it cannot be considered unconstitutional, even if it is inhuman. That section was originally inserted as part of a larger set of transitional arrangements around independence. In theory, it was meant to provide continuity in the legal system. In practice, it preserved a dangerous mindset. the idea that some forms of torture could be perpetrated by the state as long as it was allowed in a law of the colonial era is erroneous. As the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council noted, in a case from the Bahamas, provisions like this, often called special saving clauses, allowed for colonial laws to be repealed and then restated without being subject to constitutional challenge. Madam Speaker, no sensible government today would call for the return of corporal punishment, such as flogging or whipping. But the exception remains on the book, as the Attorney General just pointed out, and its very presence weakens the coherence of our Constitution. Worse, it opens the door for such punishments to be reintroduced by simple bill, as the other Attorney General pointed out, and thus bypass the constitutional ban on torture. This is why the United Nations Committee Against Torture has repeatedly asked us to repeal Section 7.2 and to bring our Constitution in line with the absolute and non-derogable nature of the prohibition against torture. The recommendation is clear. No justification may be invoked under any circumstances, be it legal, political, or historical, to permit torture or inhuman punishment. We are in total agreement with the stand of the committee, and we are acting accordingly. Madam Speaker, our Constitution is sacred, any Constitution, but it is a living instrument, not a museum. It must be updated where parts of it no longer serve their purpose, value the values which we hold, and further may require further safeguards. This is the task which the Constitutional Review Commission will examine, hopefully shortly. It will work on the promises of the government, of our government program, such as a new generation of rights for citizens, of nature, electoral reform, and the consolidation of national unity. It will require time, expertise, and consultations. But in the meantime, whatever we can do to repeal an absurdity, such as the one we are tackling today, we will do so straight away. As for the Criminal Code Amendment Bill, it is a direct consequence of the repeal of Section 7.2 of the Constitution. Because it deals with homicide, blows, and the lawful authority, we are ensuring that it remains clearly within the scope of the revised constitutional provision. In other words, no exceptions, no loopholes, no confusion. Force cannot be used by the state at the expense of human dignity. The new Section 245 explicitly allows for the use of force and only under very narrow defined conditions, in defense of persons, of property, in the course of lawful arrest, to suppress a riot, to prevent the commission of a serious crime, and even when such conditions are met, the use of force can only be to such an extent as can be reasonably justified in these circumstances. The message is clear. We cannot and we will not tolerate any form of torture, whether from the police or anyone else. This government will not allow any abuse carried out by certain rogue groups, which we have seen under the previous regime, did such things. The citizens of this country must not and will not accept barbarism. Now, Madam Speaker, to the other amendment of the Criminal Code, the repeal of Section 242. This provision dates back, again, to our colonial era. It was directly inspired by Article 324 of the old Code Penal. It provides that person who killed their spouse and the spouse's lover upon discovering them in the act of adultery is guilty only of an excusable, in between inverted commas, homicide. In fact, it offers a partial defense to the so-called crime of passion. Article 324 was repealed in France, as was rightly said, in 1975. 50 years ago, it was already recognized that this provision was based on an outdated and sexist assumption. In particular, that a man could as if possess his wife, and that a woman who was unfaithful deserved to die. It is high time we recognize it in Mauritius that this cannot be so. The law is uneven in its application, and it extends the excuse to the male spouse, but not to women, only to the male spouse in similar situations. More fundamentally, it legitimizes violence against women under the cover of emotional reaction. It is true, Madam Speaker, that Section 242 has never been invoked in any known case here. But its presence in our law, as rightly pointed out by the Attorney General, is in itself an affront to the principle of equality. The fact that it remains dormant doesn't make it harmless. If it is not repealed, it could one day be used. I think the Attorney General gave an example of Bahamas, if I'm not mistaken, where an act of deadly violence can be rekindled. And that is a risk we cannot afford. The argument is simple. There is no crime of passion. A crime is a crime. Anger, betrayal, emotional distress, these may explain behavior, but they do not excuse the act of actually killing. A society governed by the rule of law cannot allow emotions to justify the taking of a human life. This principle must be taught to our children and understood by all of us. And it must first be respected by our state and embodied in our laws. Over the past decade, our society has seen an accelerated decay in its moral fabric. The law of the jungle and unabashed greed have prevailed, leading to frustration, despair in the hearts of many. The consequences are there for all of us to see. Cases we've seen, cases of road rage, neighborhood aggression, lynchings even, domestic killings are too frequent. The reflex of violence as an emotional response must be stopped. My government is all too aware of the immensity of the challenge, but we are determined. The repeal of Section 242 also addresses another issue. The continued existence of this section contradicts, in fact, our constitutional commitment to non-discrimination. Sections 3 and Section 16 of our Constitution protects the rights and freedoms of all individuals without distinction. Section 242, by contrast, does the opposite. It allows for the law to excuse the killing of a woman by a man because she was unfaithful to him, but makes no such provision if the roles were reversed and it was the woman who killed the man. I think the Honourable Minister for Gender rightly pointed stress on this. This is not only discriminatory, but also degrading. That is why, in 2017, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions described Section 242 as an unjustifiable lenient approach, and rightly pointed out that no one, male or female, owns or possesses his or her spouse or partner. To leave Section 242 in our law is to maintain the idea that violence, in some cases, is understandable or acceptable when it is directed against a woman. That fiction has no place in the law of a republic that claims to treat all its citizens equally. Some may ask, why now? I think the leader of the opposition, is a misconceived idea. I don't know what he was talking about, in fact. But some may say, why? Why now? If the provision has never been used, why not leave it alone? The answer is what the Attorney General has just said. The law is not about precedents. It is about possibilities. A law that has never been used can still be invoked tomorrow. And if it is against the principle we aspire to uphold of equality before the law, of protection against violence, of non-discrimination, then it should be removed. Madam Speaker, there's two reforms, one constitutional, one legislative, are part of the same broader commitment to modernize our legal framework, to remove outdated and harmful provisions, and to align our laws with both our international obligations and our democratic values. The past has shaped us, but it does not define our future. Let us ensure that the laws of this country reflect not the outmoded mores and prejudices of a distant era, but the convictions of our own time. With these words, I commend both bills to the House.
Yes, your winding up speech, Attorney General.
I like the term, Madam Speaker, winding up. I would have thought winding down. But when you will hear what I have to say, maybe you would have said that the expression winding up is a proper expression. Let me first start by addressing the Minister for Gender, my colleague, and say in no uncertain terms, marital rape will become an offence in the next law. And let me address what the Deputy Prime Minister said. Yes, we will look at a new definition of rape in order to ensure due protection of our citizens in this country. We shall not shy away from these fundamental changes, Madam Speaker. It is by promoting a proper structure of our criminal justice system that will ensure equality before the law, an essential ingredient for the rule of law to prosper. Now, as an answer to the Leader of the Opposition, not for the first time in this legislature, Madam Chairperson, Madam Speaker, we have been served with a half-baked intervention from the Leader of the Opposition. It is not because one is in the opposition that it becomes necessary to say something just for the sake of saying so. We were even served with the very expression I used in my address when I said that on this side of the House we shall leave no stone unturned. And bang, right on time, the same expression was used by the Leader of the Opposition. Then the Leader of the Opposition gave us a brief of what the United Nations had observed as far back as 2017, 2018. What he didn't tell us is that faced with the inactive and downright derelict attitude of the previous regime, of the previous years, we had to come up with a quick but nonetheless substantial amendment to placate the Committee Against Torture in early April when I attended the Geneva Convention. And it worked, Madam Speaker. Next is the inexplicable aberration from the Leader of the Opposition that we should go about things rather cautiously, he said, step by step. And guess what? Exactly the same words I had used in my conclusion. And his next point was rather extraordinary, because he told us that when amending Section 245, we should not create loopholes. When we amend a law and would put stringent conditions on a law, he says we are creating loopholes. How he comes to that conclusion is beyond me. And the final straw was the inability of the Leader of the Opposition to actually grasp the fact that the language of the new Section 245 before this House today, as amended, is an exact replica of Section 4.2 of our Constitution. The A, B, C, and D stems from our Constitution, and he didn't even realize it. And he based his speech on it. I'm tempted to lapse back in French and say, and ask you, Madame Speaker, qui dit mieux, Madame la Présidente? So at this stage, Madam Speaker, I move
You again commend the bill to the House.
I commend the bill to the House, yes.
Yes. And the motion, of course. The motion needs to be seconded again. Yes, I have many who are seconding the motion. The question is that the Constitution Amendment Bill number 10 of 2025 and the Criminal Code Amendment Bill number 11 of 2025 be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Public Bills Committee stage. Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, Section 7 of Constitution amended.
Question is that clauses 1 to 2 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no.
Title and enacting clause.
The question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the Constitution Amendment Bill number 10 of 2025 and the, no, just that one. This time I do one by one. Therefore, I say it again. The question is that I do report to the House that the Constitution Amendment Bill number 10 of 2025 has passed the committee stage without amendment. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes, you may resume your seats, members. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the Constitution Amendment Bill number 10 of 2025 has passed the committee stage without amendment.
Public Bills, third reading. I move that the Constitution Amendment Bill number 10 of 2025 be read a third time and passed.
Motion seconded. Yes. You will, therefore, the question is that the Constitution Amendment Bill number 10 of 2025 be read the third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
I move that division of votes.
Yes. Honourable members, since there are some of you who are new to the House, I will say a few words. As this bill requires a qualified majority of votes of not less than 3/4 of all of the members of the Assembly, pursuant to Section 47(2)(c) of the Constitution. We will then proceed with the taking of votes by division. The division bell will ring for 2 minutes, and a division shall be taken and recorded by the acting clerk by asking each member separately, in accordance with precedence, beginning with the member who stands last in that order. The vote shall be taken by ayes and noes. A member may also choose to abstain from voting. Acting Clerk, please proceed with the division. Ce n'est pas la récréation.
Honourable members, we will proceed with the taking of votes. Dr. Honourable Tanu, absent. Honourable Siben, absent. Honourable Savabadi.
You have to vote.
Aye. Honourable Somtali.
Aye.
Honourable Rukni.
Aye.
Honourable Ramkilawan.
Aye.
Honourable Ramdas.
Aye.
Honourable Kirin. Dr. Honourable Prayak.
Aye.
Honourable Le Kiram.
Aye.
Honourable Dobin.
Aye.
Honourable Jagonot.
Aye.
Honourable German. Honourable Henriette Manon.
Aye.
Honourable François.
Aye.
Honourable Edouard.
Aye.
Honourable Edouard.
Aye.
Honourable Doriao.
Aye.
Honourable Colette.
Aye.
Honourable Kazean.
Aye.
Honourable Bijan.
Aye.
Honourable Bichuk.
Aye.
Honourable Babulal.
Aye.
Honourable Babaji.
Aye.
Honourable, Dr. Honourable Omia, absent. Honourable Apollo.
Aye.
Honourable Adrien Duval, absent. Honourable Venkatasamy.
Aye.
Honourable Juman.
Aye.
Honourable Balumudi.
Aye.
Honourable Anctil.
Aye.
Honourable Le Govin.
Aye.
Honourable Parapen.
Aye.
Honourable Narsingen.
Aye.
Honourable Baburam.
Aye.
Honourable Aliman.
Aye.
Honourable Pierre.
Aye.
Honourable Fukun Basha.
Aye.
Honourable David.
Aye.
Honourable Johanna Béranger.
Aye.
Honourable Damri.
Aye.
Honourable Le Jonga, absent. Honourable Gondia.
Aye.
Honourable Vucit.
Aye.
Honourable Pentia.
Aye.
Dr. Honourable Ramtual.
Aye.
Dr. Honourable Ganga Prasad.
Aye.
Honourable Amia Mia. Dr. Honourable Sukun.
Aye.
Honourable Yuen Sikuen.
Aye.
Honourable Navar Marie. Honourable Osman Mohamed.
Aye.
Honourable Utim.
Aye.
Honourable Nagalingam.
Aye.
Honourable Ramphul, absent. Honourable Asievaden.
Aye.
Dr. Honourable Chiton, absent. Honourable Soubron.
Aye.
Honourable Richard Duval.
Aye.
Honourable Betchou.
Aye.
Honourable Ganesh.
Aye.
Dr. Honourable Boulel.
Aye.
Honourable Bagwan, absent. Honourable Shakil Mohamed.
Aye.
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Yes. Dr. Honourable Prime Minister.
Aye.
Okay. Honourable members, the results of the division are as follows. Ayes 58, Noes none. Abstentions none. Absent 8 members. Honourable members, I wish to inform the House that the Constitution Amendment Bill has on final voting obtained 58 votes. That is, has been supported by a 3/4 majority as required by Section 47(2)(c) of the Constitution. I declare that the bill has been read a 3rd time and passed.
Public Bill Committee stage. Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, interpretation. Clause 3, Section 242 of Principal Act repealed. Clause 4, Section 245 of Principal Act repealed and replaced.
The question is that clauses 1 to 4 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
The question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the Criminal Code Amendment Bill number 11 of 2025 has passed the committee stage without amendment. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, thank you for resuming your seats. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the Criminal Code Amendment Bill number 11 of 2025 has passed the committee stage without amendment.
Public Bills, third reading.
I move that the Criminal Code Amendment Bill number 11 of 2025 be read a 3rd time and passed.
Yes, motion needs to be seconded. Yes, Honourable Boulel. Question is that the Criminal Code Amendment Bill number 11 of 2025 be read the 3rd time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House to Thursday, the 5th of June of May, 2025 at 5 p.m.
Thursday, the 5th of June at 5 p.m. The question is that the House be adjourned to Thursday, the 5th of June, 2025 at 5 p.m. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned.